Chapter 3206 Collecting Corpses. Chapter 3206 Collecting Corpses. We're definitely going. Senior Apprentice Sisters matters are our matters as well. I, by Shaola, am willing to fight at the very front for Senior Apprentice Sister, declared Bai Shaola immediately, afraid that Long Chun would refuse. Bai Shaola was still childish. The more people there were, the more he wanted to show off. That was especially true after the 9 Prefecture Convention. His primal bloodline had awakened along with many divine abilities of his 3 flower pupils. If he still didn't show off, wouldn't all of that be a waste? You can go. It'll hold the line, said Long Chun, taking out a silver bow. Long Chun had come to investigate his mother's case, not to show off. This bow was a treasure item of one of the divine lords he had killed. In its original master's hands, it had been left to the side. The master couldn't even draw it. In the heavenly tribulation, he had blocked the heavenly tribulation with the bowstring, trying to reduce his wounds. However, Long Chun then spotted it and found that it was actually not an ordinary bow. After that, he told Lei Long to kill him and take that bow stealthily. With that bow, he indicated that everyone could charge forward without needing to keep an eye on the rear. They could slaughter as many sea demons as they wished. Qin Feng and Bai Shaola instantly charged out. Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils appeared and space twisted, sending him, Qin Feng, and Su Zixiong into the midst of the deep-sea crocodile bulls. Su Zixiong didn't even understand what was happening when he found himself staring into the nose of one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls. He jumped in shock, and before he could react, a single snort from the deep-sea crocodile bull sent him flying like a cannon. He flipped through the air and smashed into the ground. At the same time, countless experts were flying past him. Those were the Ying Prefecture's divine lords and 4 peak primals. As they passed him, they glanced at him oddly. Su Zixiong was shocked and enraged. As soon as he came here, he was embarrassed. Just as he got up, a giant black figure shot toward him. He jumped and hastily dodged. As a result, fresh blood splashed through the air. That was a giant head, the head of a deep-sea crocodile bull. When Su Zixiong looked, he saw Qin Feng flying past a headless corpse. In the blink of an eye, Long Chun had taken the head of one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, while he was embarrassing himself. With a furious howl, he took out his rod and manifestation, charging forward. Just then, another deep-sea crocodile bull was slain by Qin Feng. Seeing this, the Ying Prefecture's experts were shocked. The deep-sea crocodile bulls had tough hides, and even treasure items had difficulty piercing their flesh. But Qin Feng killed them easily. Long Chun nodded as he watched Qin Feng kill the sea demons. He was quite smart. Long Chun had imparted the first form of Split the Heavens to him and told him to think of his own way to have his dragon blood energy activate his acupuncture points. Now, this fellow had reached an initial level of skill in this technique. Every blow of his saber now contained the power of his dragon blood. His sharp saber chi was not something that a physical body could block. Once he fully mastered the first form of Split the Heavens, his power would definitely be astonishing. Although it definitely wouldn't be as powerful as the Split the Heavens that was unleashed with the 9-star Hegeman body art as a foundation, it definitely wouldn't be inferior to any other battle skill of the immortal world. Just with an initial level of skill, Qin Feng was stunning everyone. With every stroke of his saber, Qin Feng killed a deep-sea crocodile bull. His attacks were incredibly sharp. As for Bai Shaola, he was forming hand seals in the air and murmuring something. Suddenly, 10 of the deep-sea crocodile bulls stiffened. The mark of the 3 flower pupils appeared in their eyes. Those deep-sea crocodile bulls roared and began biting their fellow deep-sea crocodile bulls. He awakened such a divine ability? Long Chun was startled. Bai Shaola had actually gained a soul-controlling pupil art. This was different from a beast tamer's slave mark. This technique was even more domineering. Let alone against these sea demons with their weak spiritual strength, it could even be used against humans, turning them into his puppets. Another deep-sea crocodile bull was slain by Qin Feng, causing Bai Shaola to cry out painfully. He shouted, "Big brother Qin Feng, can you look at their eyes first before killing them?" This soul-controlling pupil art was an extremely high-level technique, and in order to properly control these sea demons, Bai Shaola shared their senses. Hence, the sensation of them being slain was also transmitted to his body. Due to this being his first time putting this technique into practice, his control wasn't that great. If he had reacted faster, he could have retracted his control just as it was slain. But he still hadn't reached that level yet. Sorry, Shaola, you should have your puppets go kill further away from the main battlefield to prevent more mistakes, shouted Qin Feng. This couldn't be blamed on Qin Feng. That particular deep-sea crocodile bull had yet to fall completely under Bai Shaola's control. By the time that Qin Feng noticed, it was too late for him to stop. Hearing that, Bai Shaola felt that it was reasonable. He sat down on one of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, and over 100 deep-sea crocodile bulls charged toward the sea demons at the rear. Seeing that Bai Shaola had gained control of so many of them in such a short time, the others were stunned. His pupil arts were truly terrifying. Furthermore, as time passed, his control grew even greater. He actually managed to gain control over an army of deep-sea crocodile bulls. However, when he reached 300 of them, he found that he had touched his limit. Any more and his soul energy would be spread too far, and there would be danger of a backlash. The sight of Qin Feng controlling 300 deep-sea crocodile bulls charging through the rest of the sea demon race had become a focal point. It was an even more stunning sight than Qin Feng. Behind the deep-sea crocodile bulls were a group of comparatively weaker sea demons. It seemed that the deep-sea crocodile bulls were there to tear open a hole in their defenses so that the other sea demons could charge through. Mountains of sea demons piled up, larger than city walls. With such a huge number, the sea demons could directly step over their comrades' corpses and step over the walls. The old corpses had yet to be cleaned up, and now a new batch came. Things grew dangerous. Some people began to gather the corpses, preventing them from piling on top of the walls. Seeing that his opportunity had come, Long Chen shouted, "You can focus on the battle. Leave the corpses to me." Long Chen extended his hand. Thunder Force spread in a net, and all the corpses within his range instantly vanished. Chapter 32:07 Sea Devil. Long Chen's Thunder Force was like tentacles. Any corpse wrapped by his Thunder Force was pulled into the primal chaos space. Although Lei Linger was still refining the black swords sealed in his left eye, that didn't prevent him from using Thunder Force. This Thunder Force might not be strong enough against a real expert, but it was more than enough to suck corpses into the primal chaos space. Seeing Long Chen gather so many corpses in an instant made the experts on the walls jump. Although everyone had astral spaces, it wasn't for corpses. Astral spaces were viewed as pure lands by most people, and these corpses would infect them with death spiritual qi. It would affect their karmic luck, and maybe even reduce their longevity. Thus, the immortal world's experts did have astral spaces, but would also have spatial rings or spatial bags to store things. But those spatial items had limits to how much they could store. Considering how huge these corpses were, they wouldn't be able to fit too much before they were filled. As for those top-grade spatial rings, they were very expensive. People rarely spent money on such an extravagant thing. There were perhaps only 10 to 20 such things in the Ying prefecture, because they were usually not more useful than ordinary spatial rings. After the last attack, the spatial rings that people used for these corpses were mostly full now. Usually those corpses were disposed of in some wilderness. Otherwise, even ignoring the rot, the smell would be too disgusting. If they weren't moved, just the smell would choke the commoners of Ying prefecture. Long Chen flew across the wall, gathering all the corpses. The battlefield was instantly cleaned up. As others were shocked, Long Chen was delighted. These corpses were quickly nourishing the wood foundation divine trees. They were gradually recovering. The dead medicinal ingredients were also coming back to life and flourishing. His tribulation had shown him just how important the wood foundation divine trees were. If they had been strong enough, why would he have been forced to take the risk of using his purgatory eyes? As long as he could hold on long enough, Lei Linger would slowly manage to devour the black lightning. Long Chen didn't like the feeling of having all his trump cards used up. He preferred having everything under his control because his luck was always lacking. He didn't like gambling, so he could only trust in his power. The wood foundation divine trees were his greatest protection. He had to do his best to nourish them as much as possible. After gathering the corpses, Long Chun stood in the air, overlooking the battlefield. The majority of the deep-sea crocodile bulls had already been slain. It wouldn't be long before the remainders were wiped out. As the deep-sea crocodile bulls were slain, the army of the Ing Prefecture's experts started to switch out. The regular four-peak experts stepped into the battlefield. Without the threat of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, the other experts could join the fight. Considering how large this battlefield was, it couldn't be left to just the top experts. They had to be given time to recover. Otherwise, continuous battles would exhaust their power, and if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be able to handle things. Those experts were the core force of the battlefield. They had to be protected. Thus, on the battlefield, it was always the middle and lower-level warriors that took the heaviest losses. There was no way around it. This was the cruelty of battle. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sea demons still showed no signs of stopping. More and more of them were coming out from the depths. Long Chun, you should have Qin Feng and Bai Xiao rest a bit. The sea demons normally attack for 3 days at a time. The scale of this attack in particular is rather large, so it might last even longer. They've used up half their physical energy. They need a break. Luo Shui and the others returned to Long Chin's side covered in blood. They had tried telling this directly to Qin Feng and Bai Xiao, but they refused to listen, especially Bai Xiao. He was too delighted by his control over these sea demons. You can rest. No need to bother with them. There won't be any danger, said Long Chin. He had his own calculations when it came to Bai Xiao and Qin Feng. But that one. Luo Shui looked at Su Zixiong, who was shouting even louder than the sea demons, yet hadn't killed more than a few of them. She was most worried about him. He was truly foolish. Even with all his power, he had no idea how to properly use it. Su Zixiong had come with Long Chun and the others. Moreover, Qin Feng killed those deep-sea crocodile bulls with one stroke of his saber. After they were killed, he killed a whole mass of the other sea demons with each swing. As for Bai Xiao, there was even less that needed to be said about him. He was controlling the sea demons and directing them to kill each other. That was even more stunning. In comparison, Su Zixiong was incredibly weak. He couldn't compare to Qin Feng and Bai Xiao, or even the other four-peak primals. He was the weakest of them all, so he could only win back some confidence when comparing himself to ordinary four-peak experts. He seemed to have received a mental blow and was doing his best to kill those sea demons. But the results weren't anything beyond ordinary. Considering how hard he was trying, he was definitely rapidly using up his energy. His aura was clearly starting to drop. If this continued, something unexpected could easily take his life. It had to be known that new sea demons might appear at any moment. It's fine. He has been suppressed for a long time. His primal bloodline almost wasted away. If he doesn't awaken it now, it will regress. It's up to him to reawaken it, said Long Chun indifferently. He had known Wild the longest, and so he had a certain understanding of the barbarian race's bloodline. Wild had never formally awakened his bloodline, but his essence blood had already condensed chains. On the other hand, Su Zixiong had awakened his bloodline, but the runes in his bloodline were still scattered and couldn't condense into a single link. There was no way he could unleash his full potential like that. Thus, while his aura was shocking, his actual killing power was curiously low. This was a typical case of having power, but no way to use it. The main reason was that those runes in his essence blood had yet to condense. Practice was progress. Abandoning was regression. Su Zixiong was forced to live like a bug in a crack in his home. He didn't dare to show off at all for fear of drawing a calamity. Thus, although Su Zixiong had worked hard on his cultivation, he never had a chance to use it, resulting in even his primal runes starting to dissipate. Fortunately, he had come out now. If he had continued like that for 3 to 5 more years, his primal bloodline would be gone. This was his best chance to reawaken that bloodline. He needed to get stronger. When that desire grew to a peak, his bloodline runes would sense his need and awaken. Suddenly, a roar came from deep within the sea. That roar was like thunder from a clear sky, shaking the entire battlefield. Luo Shui and the others' expressions changed. That's the deep-sea devil race. Chapter 3207 Sea Devil. Long Chin's thunder force was like tentacles. Any corpse wrapped by his thunder force was pulled into the primal chaos space. Although Lei Linger was still refining the black swords sealed in his left eye, that didn't prevent him from using thunder force. This thunder force might not be strong enough against a real expert, but it was more than enough to suck corpses into the primal chaos space. Seeing Long Chun gather so many corpses in an instant made the experts on the walls jump. Although everyone had astral spaces, it wasn't for corpses. Astral spaces were viewed as pure lands by most people, and these corpses would infect them with death spiritual chi. It would affect their karmic luck, and maybe even reduce their longevity. Thus, the immortal world's experts did have astral spaces, but would also have spatial rings or spatial bags to store things. But those spatial items had limits to how much they could store. Considering how huge these corpses were, they wouldn't be able to fit too much before they were filled. As for those top-grade spatial rings, they were very expensive. People rarely spent money on such an extravagant thing. There were perhaps only 10 to 20 such things in the Ying prefecture because they were usually not more useful than ordinary spatial rings. After the last attack, the spatial rings that people used for these corpses were mostly full now. Usually those corpses were disposed of in some wilderness. Otherwise, even ignoring the rot, the smell would be too disgusting. If they weren't moved, just the smell would choke the commoners of Ying prefecture. Long Chun flew across the wall, gathering all the corpses. The battlefield was instantly cleaned up. As others were shocked, Long Chun was delighted. These corpses were quickly nourishing the wood foundation divine trees. They were gradually recovering. The dead medicinal ingredients were also coming back to life and flourishing. His tribulation had shown him just how important the wood foundation divine trees were. If they had been strong enough, why would he have been forced to take the risk of using his purgatory eyes? As long as he could hold on long enough, Lei Linger would slowly manage to devour the black lightning. Long Chun didn't like the feeling of having all his trump cards used up. He preferred having everything under his control because his luck was always lacking. He didn't like gambling, so he could only trust in his power. The wood foundation divine trees were his greatest protection. He had to do his best to nourish them as much as possible. After gathering the corpses, Long Chun stood in the air, overlooking the battlefield. The majority of the deep-sea crocodile bulls had already been slain. It wouldn't be long before the remainders were wiped out. As the deep-sea crocodile bulls were slain, the army of the Ying prefecture's experts started to switch out. The regular four-peak experts stepped into the battlefield. Without the threat of the deep-sea crocodile bulls, the other experts could join the fight. Considering how large this battlefield was, it couldn't be left to just the top experts. They had to be given time to recover. Otherwise, continuous battles would exhaust their power, and if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be able to handle things. Those experts were the core force of the battlefield. They had to be protected. Thus, on the battlefield, it was always the middle and lower level warriors that took the heaviest losses. There was no way around it. This was the cruelty of battle. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sea demons still showed no signs of stopping. More and more of them were coming out from the depths. Long Chun, you should have Qin Feng and Bai Xiao rest a bit. The sea demons normally attack for 3 days at a time. The scale of this attack in particular is rather large, so it might last even longer. They've used up half their physical energy. They need a break. Luo Shui and the others returned to Long Chin's side covered in blood. They had tried telling this directly to Qin Feng and Bai Xiao, but they refused to listen, especially Bai Xiao. He was too delighted by his control over these sea demons. You can rest. No need to bother with them. There won't be any danger, said Long Chin. He had his own calculations when it came to Bai Xiao and Qin Feng. But that one. Luo Shui looked at Su Zixiong, who was shouting even louder than the sea demons, yet hadn't killed more than a few of them. She was most worried about him. He was truly foolish. Even with all his power, he had no idea how to properly use it. Su Zixiong had come with Long Chun and the others. Moreover, Qin Feng killed those deep-sea crocodile bulls with one stroke of his saber. After they were killed, he killed a whole mass of the other sea demons with each swing. As for Bai Xiao, there was even less that needed to be said about him. He was controlling the sea demons and directing them to kill each other. That was even more stunning. In comparison, Su Zixiong was incredibly weak. He couldn't compare to Qinfeng and Bai Xiaola, or even the other four-peak primals. He was the weakest of them all, so he could only win back some confidence when comparing himself to ordinary four-peak experts. He seemed to have received a mental blow and was doing his best to kill those sea demons. But the results weren't anything beyond ordinary. Considering how hard he was trying, he was definitely rapidly using up his energy. His aura was clearly starting to drop. If this continued, something unexpected could easily take his life. It had to be known that new sea demons might appear at any moment. It's fine. He has been suppressed for a long time. His primal bloodline almost wasted away. If he doesn't awaken it now, it will regress. It's up to him to reawaken it, said Long Chun indifferently. He had known Wild the longest, and so he had a certain understanding of the barbarian race's bloodline. Wild had never formally awakened his bloodline, but his essence blood had already condensed chains. On the other hand, Su Zixiong had awakened his bloodline, but the runes in his bloodline were still scattered and couldn't condense into a single link. There was no way he could unleash his full potential like that. Thus, while his aura was shocking, his actual killing power was curiously low. This was a typical case of having power, but no way to use it. The main reason was that those runes in his essence blood had yet to condense. Practice was progress. Abandoning was regression. Su Zixiong was forced to live like a bug in a crack in his home. He didn't dare to show off at all for fear of drawing a calamity. Thus, although Su Zixiong had worked hard on his cultivation, he never had a chance to use it, resulting in even his primal runes starting to dissipate. Fortunately, he had come out now. If he had continued like that for 3 to 5 more years, his primal bloodline would be gone. This was his best chance to reawaken that bloodline. He needed to get stronger. When that desire grew to a peak, his bloodline runes would sense his need and awaken. Suddenly, a roar came from deep within the sea. That roar was like thunder from a clear sky, shaking the entire battlefield. Luo Shui and the others' expressions changed. That's the deep sea devil race. Chapter 3208 Two-Headed, Six-Horned Sea Serpent. Chapter 3208 Two-Headed Six-Horned Sea Serpent, Deep Sea Devil Race. When Luo Shui said these 4 words, her voice trembled. Long Chun then saw expressions of terror appear on the other experts' faces. How could the deep sea devil race appear? That damn Chu family. What did they do to even draw them out? Cursed the Luo family's experts. Long Chun had read countless books in the High Firmament Academy's library, but there were no records of the Devil Sea inside it. It was a taboo topic that could not be written on paper. I don't know how many of the deep sea devils will appear. Will we be able to hold on? Just then, a sharp alarm pierced across the battlefield, and all the experts retreated. Bai Xiaola then ordered his army to be the rearguard. Long Chun suddenly noticed that the seawater had changed. The sapphire blue water was turning black, and Long Chun saw dark figures rising out of the depths like black clouds. Sinister auras gradually got closer. Boom! The black seawater exploded, and a giant figure charged across the surface of the water. It was a two-headed serpent. Six-horned sea serpent? Long Chun was startled. This was something that he had encountered on the Martial Heaven continent. Was the six-horned sea serpent actually a species from the immortal world? However, this six-horned sea serpent had 2 heads, and its horns were golden just like its scales. Also, its pupils were not vertical like the six-horned sea serpent on the Martial Heaven continent, but horizontal. As soon as it appeared, devil chi erupted. That aura was sinister, ominous, and bloody. Just feeling that aura drew out the fear in the depths of people's souls. A divine lord realm deep sea devil, the two-headed six-horned sea serpent. Luo Shui cried out in shock, recognizing this sea serpent. Nice. This one is mine. Bai Xiaola cried out as well, but his cry was one of excitement. Stars were shining in his eyes. This was the mightiest monster he had ever seen. He then quickly formed hand seals, sending his army of deep-sea crocodile bulls at the two-headed six-horned sea serpent. Those crocodile bulls were as large as mountains, but they appeared much smaller in the face of the six-horned sea serpent. With just a single roar from the six-horned sea serpent, those crocodile bulls stopped in their tracks. At this moment, The mark of the three flower pupils dimmed, and expressions of terror replaced that mark. Bai Xiaola was shocked. They were actually escaping his control. Explode. Bai Xiaola instantly had a bad feeling when saw the souls of the crocodile bulls shaking. Just as he started to feel like he would lose control, he took the initiative to detonate them. As a result, those crocodile bulls charged at the sea serpent and detonated one by one. The explosions shook the sea, unleashing huge waves. When 300 crocodile bulls exploded together, their power could be considered equal to an ultimate destructive move. But the sea serpent was only forced back by it, not injured. Bai Xiaola was surprised but also delighted. He then quickly formed hand seals, and his manifestation of a large pair of eyes appeared behind him. They were like the eyes of a heavenly god. Affected by the eyes, the golden sea serpent shuddered and became immobile. A faint mark slowly appeared in its eyes. Damn, this little fellow has some ability. Bai Xiaola's pupil arts were somehow effective against this sea serpent. That was a bit outside of Long Chen's expectations. It had to be known that those deep-sea crocodile bulls were fourth-rank sea demons whose combat power was only at the level of ordinary divine lords. Outside of the sea, their power was also limited. However, this sea serpent was different. Based on that towering devil chi and its astonishing bloodline pressure, it was almost on par with a primal divine lord. Even such a terrifying life form was unable to resist the three flower pupils. Bai Xiaola had just awakened his bloodline power, and his control over the three flower pupils was still rough. But he could still do this. Based on this, it seemed possible that the heavenly eye race truly possessed the ability to hack stars, slash moons, and invert the cosmos. Perhaps that was no exaggerated legend. Qin Feng, take the right, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Qin Feng was beside Bai Xiaola, protecting him. He immediately swung his saber to the right. No Dragonblood warrior ever slacked when it came to Long Chen's orders, so he reacted instantly. That didn't just require absolute trust, but also constant drilling and training to create that habit. This habit could decide life or death. When Qin Feng's saber fell, the sea exploded. Another giant sea serpent's tail was whipping toward Bai Xiaola with shocking speed. However, this tail struck Qin Feng's saber just as he attacked. As a result, the saber image exploded, and the tail was knocked away. Huge waves erupted on the sea. Qin Feng's expression changed. That attack came without any warning. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's warning, Bai Xiaola would have been struck. He couldn't move while he was trying to control the sea serpent. Xiaola, leave. There's not just one sea serpent, shouted Qin Feng. There was no longer any time for Bai Xiaola to do his thing. Hence, Qin Feng grabbed him and ran. Just then, the water exploded once more, and two giant heads soared out. Just as Qin Feng said his warning, another two-headed golden sea serpent charged out. One of those mouths opened, unleashing a giant spinning water arrow. It was as quick as lightning and pierced through a distant mountain. Just then, the three flower pupils spun in Bai Xiaola's eyes and space settled. He and Qin Feng appeared beside Long Chen. He had used his spatial art to dodge that water arrow. One sea serpent after another appeared out of the water. Upon seeing this, people's hearts sank. These sea serpents were no ordinary sea demons. They had devil chi coiling around them, so they were the true devils from the depths of the sea. They were nightmares. What a pity. Just a bit more and I would have had it. Damn it. If only I had listened to Mom and trained more, I definitely could have controlled it, said Bai Xiaola hatefully. Ever since his bloodline had awakened, Bai Xiaola started to get flighty. Having awakened so many divine abilities at once, he almost felt unmatched. He had no sense of danger, nor did he have the patience to bitterly practice those abilities. He couldn't endure that boredom and dullness. He only liked it when others stared at him in shock and worship. Now he regretted it. If he had listened to his mother, he wouldn't have needed so much time to take control of the sea serpent. As furious roars rang out, hundreds of golden sea serpents charged out. What shocked Long Chen was that their target was actually Qin Feng. He suddenly came to a realization. These deep sea devils didn't come out because of the Chu family. They were drawn over by the resonance dragon blood. What? Luo Shui and the others were startled. Chapter 3209 Raging Flames Fill the Heavens. Chapter 3209 Raging Flames Fill the Heavens. Boss, you absorbed the true dragon essence blood, so they should be drawn to you, no? Qin Feng also saw that these sea serpents were eyeing him. He felt a chill. I didn't use my dragon blood power, so they naturally didn't sense it. Let's not talk about such useless things. Those serpents are quite powerful. Since you drew them over, it's on us to handle them. Luo Shui, please tell Senior Luo Changwu that there's no need for him to do anything big. He'll deal with them, said Long Chun. Long Chun saw runes starting to light up on the commander tower. This was clearly the preparation for some big move, and such a thing would definitely cost a lot. Since the serpents were drawn over by them, he couldn't make others pay the price for it. Luo Shui hastily went to report it, but the commander tower's runes continued to shine. Clearly, Luo Changwu was preparing for the worst case if Long Chun couldn't stop the sea serpents. Although it would cost an immense price, lives were always more important than money. Shaola, bring Qin Feng into their midst. Buy me some time, ordered Long Chun. Boss, can you not kill them all? Leave me one behind. I want to ride it back to the academy, said by Shaola. He wasn't worried for Long Chun at all like the others. Instead, he was worried for the sea serpents. Scram! Is there any space in the academy to release such a thing? Get to work, scolded Long Chun. This little fellow was actually thinking about getting himself a mount. Bai Shaola was still childish and liked to show off. He was a bit similar to Guoran in this regard. If the two of them met, they might become an inseparable pair. Bai Shaola sadly formed hand seals. In just a moment, he and Qin Feng vanished. Long Chun then stepped into the air, soaring up like a bolt of lightning. As he held his right elbow with his left hand, a flame lotus gradually grew in front of him. He then began chanting, and the sound of a sacred sutra resounded throughout heaven and earth. At that moment, the entire world became fiery. The flame lotus on Long Chin's hand rapidly grew. As he chanted the Nirvana scripture, flame energy gathered from every direction. The fourth volume of the Nirvana scripture was activated, filling the world with what sounded like the murmuring of gods. It was a sacred and holy aura that made even immortals and devils lower their heads. At that moment, Long Chun seemed to become the god of fire. All the flame energies in the world were under his control, and they had to listen to him. This was Long Chin's first time going all out with the fourth volume of the Nirvana scripture. He hadn't been able to use it before due to the worry that his body wouldn't be able to endure such immense flame energy. The other important thing was that in battles against others, he rarely had a chance to accumulate so much energy. After all, his enemies weren't so stupid as to just patiently wait for him to accumulate power. However, after refining the Golden Dragon Scale and condensing the Golden Dragon battle armor, as well as advancing to the Four-Peak Realm, he no longer had so many misgivings. He freely utilized the flame energy of heaven and earth. Bursts of flames gathered from every direction. Standing in the sky, Long Chun condensed all this flame energy into his flame lotus. It greedily consumed all this energy and rapidly inflated. The flame lotus was like a starving beast. No matter how much it consumed, it never became full. It grew larger and larger along with its terrifying pressure. Jaws dropped down below as people stared at that giant flame lotus. They felt a sensation of death coming from it, one that made their hair stand on end. It had to be known that Long Chin's lotus wasn't targeting any of them. Despite that, these experts had a feeling that this thing could definitely take their lives. At the 9 Prefecture Convention, Long Chun made his name known. In the Divine Flame Realm, he had killed Divine Lords, even slaying the City Lord of Silver Moon City, a late-stage Divine Lord. As for his heavenly tribulation that had wiped out all the experts of the Bloodkill Hall, that was a shocking matter, but no one here had seen it. When they heard such a thing, it was treated as nothing more than a story. Some people even guessed that the heavenly tribulation was nothing more than a pretense, and what had truly wiped out the Bloodkill Hall's experts was the current dean of the High Firmament Academy. The dean had perhaps borrowed Long Chin's tribulation to unleash a destructive blow. After all, they didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak, so they made Long Chun the one responsible. At the same time, they gave him another layer of brilliant light. Thus, Most people only half believed that Long Chen's tribulation had killed all those experts. They would be more willing to believe that the High Firmament Academy's dean had secretly made a move. That made far more sense. As a result, while there was no need to question Long Chen's power, it hadn't reached a mythic level. People trusted what they saw with their own eyes and judged the truth on what they had experienced. The basic evaluation that most people had for the current four-peak Long Chen was that he could definitely kill ordinary Divine Lords easily, but Primal Divine Lords would be a bit difficult. Perhaps one or two Primal Divine Lords weren't a match for him, but he definitely wouldn't be able to fight 5 of them at once. Long Chen was still the number 1 figure of the junior generation in their hearts. It was just that people should be rational. They shouldn't turn Long Chen into a god in their eyes. However, when this flame lotus appeared, the world shuddered and the 10,000 Das wailed. Ordinary Divine Lords were as tiny as ants in front of it. This fellow is even more terrifying than the stories. He's not human. He's a monster. The 4-peak primals and the Divine Lords all stared in horror. From now on, if anyone else questioned Long Chen's power, they would definitely beat them. Long Chen's flame lotus continued to grow. As for Bai Xiaola and Qin Feng, they were shuttling across the battlefield, occasionally appearing and then vanishing. Those sea serpents were crazily chasing down Qin Feng and couldn't be bothered to even look at the other experts on the land. Suddenly, Long Chen's flame lotus began shuddering. Long Chen thought to himself, "My body is fine, but Huolong has reached its limit." This flame lotus was controlled by Huolong. When the flame energy of heaven and earth surpassed Huolong's control, that was a dangerous moment. It might just explode before even leaving his hand. However, this power is enough. Long Chen smiled. He suddenly shouted to Bai Xiaola, "Get out of the way." After that, the giant flame lotus fell down like a meteorite from outside the heavens, smashing straight toward those sea serpents. Chapter 32:10 Apocalyptic Flame Lotus. Chapter 32:10 Apocalyptic Flame Lotus. Bai Xiaola used his spatial art, sending him and Qin Feng away. Just as they vanished, a giant flame lotus exploded amongst the sea serpents. Boom! The flame lotus smashed into the sea, sinking the surface of the water and forming a giant depression. As the flame lotus disintegrated, heaven and earth shuddered. After that, huge waves exploded. Flames and water wove together into a vortex of destruction. Astral winds that were mixed with the seawater unleashed a storm upon Ing Prefecture. As a result, giant waves struck the wall on the coast, and the experts behind the wall heard thunderous rumbling. They all turned pale. This power had surpassed their understanding. The huge waves gradually stopped. Looking at the Devil's Sea, they saw that flames were still burning on top of it. But now, countless corpses littered it, and the water was boiling. Long Chen's flame lotus had actually ignited the seawater. Ever since ancient times, water and fire would subdue each other. People had never heard of a flame capable of igniting water. In truth, it wasn't the water that was burning. It was Long Chen's flame energy that had entered the sea. Due to the repulsion of water and fire, the flame energy that had sunk down below was released back to the surface. Unlike on land, the power of the flame lotus wasn't able to spread limitlessly in the water. It was contained by the water, and more of it continued to float back to the surface, causing people to feel like the water was burning. However, Long Chen's attack did cause countless burnt corpses to float to the surface. Those corpses were as big as mountains. Even the sea serpents, which were originally golden, had turned charred black. They were all dead. The temperature was just perfect. Long Chen smiled. If this attack was unleashed on land, not even a trace of these corpses would be left. The seawater had reduced the flame lotus power, allowing these beasts to retain their corpses. That was precisely what Long Chen wanted. It wasn't perfect at all. "My treasures, not even one is left alive. You poor babies, you all died so miserably." Bai Xiaola had a mournful expression as he looked at the corpses of the sea serpents. Those sea serpents truly did appear mighty, so he wanted one as a steed. He thought that Long Chen would leave a few alive for him, but they were all dead now. Such good mounts had been turned into roast snakes. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaola almost wept. Luo Shui and the others recovered from their shock. Looking at Bai Xiaole's expression, they didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Such terrifying sea serpents had actually been treated as pets by him. It had to be known that those were no demonic beasts, but deep-sea devils. Little fellow, if you want to follow boss, you need to grow up a bit. With how smelly these things are, can you use them as mounts? Won't you choke from the smell first? Furthermore, with boss, you can find any good mount that you want. Don't embarrass yourself and boss here, scolded Qin Feng. Who cares if they're smelly or not? Wait, how are they smelly? Take a sniff. Don't you think they smell kind of tasty? Bai Xiaole took a few deep sniffs, and Qin Feng rolled his eyes. However, after being cooked like this, they truly didn't smell bad anymore. Xiaole, this sea serpent isn't a demonic beast. It's a deep-sea devil. You can't eat their meat, or you'll be infected by their devil blood soul, said Luo Bing hastily when she saw Bai Xiaole itching to try it. All right, stop messing around. Clean up the battlefield. Who knows when the next attack will come, shouted Long Chun to stop Bai Xiaole. Long Chun had ended the battle with a single attack. The world extermination flame lotus had exploded in the depths of the sea, killing the other sea demons that had been swimming over. As far as the eye could see, the sea was covered by endless corpses. Cleaning them all up would definitely take some time. Long Chun, this attack really was marvelous. You helped us out immensely. Otherwise, if we had activated the attack of the commander tower, would need to tighten our belts for maybe half a year, said Luo Changwu, walking over. Senior is too kind. Those sea serpents were clearly drawn over by Qin Feng's resonance dragon essence blood. We were just cleaning our own butts, said Long Chun. Commander, Long Chun isn't an outsider. There's no need to be overly courteous. That's right, Long Chun. Didn't you say that you want those corpses? Do you want their demonic cores? Asked Luo Shui. No, I don't need their demonic cores. I only want their corpses, said Long Chen. For ordinary experts, the demonic cores were the real treasures. They contained the essence of the sea demon's life. The Ying Prefecture fought against the sea demons every year, putting a large amount of manpower into dealing with them. However, thinking about it, obtaining those demonic cores made it so that their work wasn't for nothing. With it, they could compensate the families of those who died, and there was always a surplus. If they had enough power to guarantee that there were no losses, then their gains were quite considerable. Furthermore, as they were collaborating with the Huayan Trading Company, there was no need to worry about the market. The flesh of these sea demons is trash, not valuable at all. Why would you want it? Asked Luo Ning. Long Chun was a bit embarrassed. It really wasn't easy for him to answer this question. Ninger, how can you randomly ask about other people's secrets? Luo Changwu immediately gave Luo Ning a look. But he knew that Long Chun was closest with Luo Ning and Luo Bing, so Long Chun wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Thus, he wasn't in a position to chide her too much. If you want the corpses, then it's simple. We have countless spatial rings here packed with their corpses. We were going to toss them in the wilderness, but if you want them, you can take as many as you want. I don't know if you can hold so many though, said Luo Changwu. Whether or not he could hold enough. What kind of joke was that? His primal chaos space was absolutely gigantic. I want as many as you have. How coincidental. You have something you need to get rid of that I absolutely want. It's so convenient, laughed Long Chen. This really was a nice coincidence. Really? They'll have people bring over 10 of our largest spatial rings. In just a bit, the Luo family's experts brought over 10 spatial rings. Long Chen opened them and found that they weren't bad. They had a space of 1,000 square miles and were packed with corpses. Long Chen didn't need to bring the spatial rings into the primal chaos space, so he directly brought the corpses inside. In just a few seconds, the 10 spatial rings were emptied. Seeing that Long Chen could take the corpses like that, Luo Changwu was pleasantly surprised. This would save them quite some trouble. Luo Changwu ordered people to take the spatial rings and clean up the battlefield. He also ordered people who still had corpses in their spatial rings to bring them to Long Chen. As a result, countless corpses piled up within Long Chen's primal chaos space. The wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. Sensing their immense life energy, Long Chen clenched his fists. His trump card had finally returned and was growing even stronger. Chapter 3211 The Hesitation of the Inner Heart. Chapter 3211 The Hesitation of the Inner Heart. Almost all of the Ing Prefecture's experts had spatial rings with a large number of sea demon corpses in them. There was no way around it. They fought with the sea demons year-round, and these corpses had to be disposed of in a far-off, desolate land to avoid affecting others. However, with Long Chun accepting them all, they didn't need to make the extra effort. There was no transportation formation leading to that desolate wilderness. Moreover, it was said that there were some legendary desolate creatures living in the depths of that land, and even immortal kings didn't dare to enter too deeply. Every time they sent the corpses there, they did it carefully to avoid disturbing those terrifying creatures. Now, there was no need to worry. Long Chun took all those corpses off of their hands. Due to the immortal world's laws, it wasn't so easy to create spatial rings. Making it required a craftsman on the level of an immortal king to insert the spatial runes as well as precious materials. Fortunately, people already had astral spaces, so there weren't many scenarios where spatial rings were required. To waste such extravagant items on storing corpses was naturally very uncomfortable for these experts, but it was better than simply casting the corpses on their land. With an unending stream of corpses entering the primal chaos space, the wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. The region of the black soil was so big that all these corpses combined were nothing more than an appetizer for it. The wood foundation divine trees were only 3 meters thick, but they were 200 miles tall. Looking from the top, they were so thin that they were like threads of silk. It was an extremely odd appearance. In fact, they were so tall that Long Chun was starting to worry they would break themselves. However, at 300 miles tall, they stopped growing taller and began to thicken. The rate at which they thickened was far slower than when they grew taller. As they thickened, their life energy multiplied. As Long Chun emptied the spatial rings, more spatial rings were available to gather more corpses on the battlefield. The Ing Prefecture's experts then split up the tasks, with a portion of them gathering the corpses and a portion of them gathering the cores. Long Chun even saw people recording things as they worked. Clearly, they had their own system that was very effective for handling the cores. However, Long Chun's world extermination flame lotus had not just killed the sea demons at the surface, but also the ones that had yet to come out of the depths. Because of it, millions of experts worked for 6 full hours before the battlefield was emptied. When the battle spoils were publicly announced, people couldn't believe their ears. They had obtained over 100 million cores. Just how many sea demons had Long Chun killed with that one attack? It had to be known that not every sea demon had a core. Due to their power not being concentrated in a core, their power was distributed throughout their bodies, making their physical bodies incredibly powerful. However, the lack of a core also meant that they couldn't use divine abilities. To humans, they were slightly easier to deal with. After fighting with the sea demons for so many years, the Ing Prefecture's experts were aware that amongst third-rank sea demons, or 4-peak sea demons, only 30% had a core. Amongst fourth-rank sea demons, around 50% had a core. That was because for sea demons without cores, it was harder to accumulate enough energy to advance. In other words, Long Chun had killed far more sea demons than the number of obtained cores. It was an unimaginable number. After learning about all this, Long Chun understood why he had gained so much life energy. The sea demons gave him more life energy than the devil beasts due to the former lacking cores. Everyone looked at Long Chun reverently. As for the junior generation, their blood was boiling fiercely. They would never be able to forget that attack in this lifetime. Luo Changwu actually felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the number of cores they had gained. Many of them were top-grade cores, and the cores of the sea serpents in particular were very valuable. Long Chun said that he didn't want the cores, but they were incredibly valuable. Furthermore, this wasn't just a matter for the Luo family, but the entirety of the Ing Prefecture. However, only the Luo family owed a debt for this. That was a bit inappropriate. Even so, Luo Changwu also knew Long Chun's character, and he knew that Long Chun might get angry if he forcibly tried to split the profits with him. This fellow was very proud, so Luo Changwu could only put this matter aside for now. After the battlefield was cleaned up, The Devil Sea once more returned to its deathly silence. However, this calmness was extremely frightening. It felt like some terrifying monsters might just charge out of the depths at any moment. "Boss, I think I should go back." At this point, Su Zixiang came over to Long Chen dispiritedly. Long Chen smiled. "Why? Did you receive a blow?" Su Zixiang nodded. "I had no chance to use my power and be a hero at home. It was difficult to get out this time, and I wanted to get famous in the heavenly swell domain, only to find that when I had a chance to use my power, I had no power at all and was no hero." Su Zixiang's words were very downhearted. This battle had shown him that he was far too weak to the point that he had the urge to kill himself. He had never thought that his status as a primal, something that he was so proud of, was nothing more than a joke. By Shaola, Luobing, Luoning, and the others all felt a bit bad for him. He was truly pitiable. When frogs at the bottom of the well saw the outside world, it wasn't just excitement at seeing the greater world, but also a great blow to their confidence. The current Su Zixiang seemed to have lost all hope. Like Shaola and Qinfeng, "You call me boss, and I don't reject you. That's because you have the barbarian race's blood in your body. I once received a favor from one of the barbarian race's experts, and he bestowed me with a treasured blade, Blood Drinker. I also have a brother from the barbarian race. It can be said that my relationship with the barbarian race runs very deep. As long as you really want to get stronger, you will definitely obtain your wish by following me. As for being a hero, you might have misunderstood. Someone with strong martial power is not a hero. I can only make sure that you get stronger. As for turning you into a hero, that's not possible for me," said Long Chen. I really can get stronger?" asked Su Zixiang, his hope reigniting. "Don't get emotional. Boss has never said any empty words. Just properly follow boss in the future, and even a fool like you can get a fool's blessing," said Qinfeng, dragging Su Zixiang to the side. He saw that Luo Changwu seemed to want to talk with Long Chen. "Long Chen, our Luo family is ashamed to make you join in a fight as soon as you arrive here. The Devil Sea has settled now, so why don't you come to my humble home? The family head must have been looking forward to seeing you," said Luo Changwu. He had arranged to bring Long Chen and the others back to the Luo family. When Luo Changwu mentioned the family head, even Long Chen couldn't help having his heart beat faster. He knew that this was his mother's father, his grandfather. However, Long Chen didn't know if he would be able to control his rage when he saw his grandfather. Would he be able to hold back from questioning why the family head had tossed aside his own daughter like that? Long Chen didn't know just how he should face this grandfather of his. Hence, he took a deep breath. "I can only take things step by step. If being forceful doesn't work, I can only be even more forceful." Chapter 32, 12 Bloodkill Order. Chapter 32, 12 Bloodkill Order. Luo Changwu left things in the hands of one of his trusted subordinates. After using the commander tower to investigate the ripples of the Devil Sea once more, he left with Long Chen and the others. However, just as they walked out of the commander tower, they saw the Grand Elder walking over with a group of people. "Grand Elder, why have you come?" Luo Changwu was startled. He had just taken over the Grand Elder's shift here. Why would the Grand Elder return? "The family head has ordered me to bring Long Chen back. You are to continue guarding this place. The Chu family has done something to the Devil Sea, and we cannot be the slightest bit careless right now," said the Grand Elder. Luo Changwu nodded. It truly was not good for him to leave the front lines, but since Long Chen had come to them, it would be rude if he didn't personally accompany him. It would be as if he didn't view Long Chen as important enough. However, it would be appropriate for the Grand Elder to accompany Long Chen instead. Furthermore, it was the family head who had ordered the Grand Elder to receive him. That was naturally to get rid of the grudge between the Grand Elder and Long Chen. "Then I'll entrust this matter to you. Long Chen, you can go with the Grand Elder. The family head and the others are also waiting," said Luo Changwu with a smile. Long Chen nodded. "Grand Elder, I'm sorry to trouble you. My handling of your grandson's matter truly wasn't good enough. I ask that you not take offense." Long Chen extended a hand as he walked toward him. "After all, I did not do that intentionally. Let us have this matter end like this." His meaning by extending his hand was quite clear. Everyone could shake hands and let the matter rest. Hence, Luo Changwu nodded in praise. Even at such a young age, even in possession of such power, Long Qin didn't let his arrogance control him. Even though Luo Qingyang's matter couldn't be blamed on him, he took the initiative in reconciling, expressing his magnanimity and giving face to the Luo family. The Grand Elder hesitated slightly, and Luo Changwu said, "Grand Elder, Long Chun has expressed his sincerity. Don't be so stubborn." If the Grand Elder didn't give Long Chun face, then Long Chun would very likely turn hostile right here. Luo Changwu knew that the Grand Elder was stubborn, but this matter related to the entire Luo family's honor. He trusted that the Grand Elder would make the correct decision. As he expected, the Grand Elder also extended his hand. When they locked hands, Luo Changwu sighed with relief. Just then, as Long Chun held the Grand Elder's hand, Long Chin's left hand pierced through the Grand Elder's chest. Blood splashed. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The Luo family's experts instantly took out their weapons, their killing intent soaring. "Long Chun, what are you doing?" Luo Changwu was shocked and enraged. He was unable to understand why Long Chun would want to kill the Grand Elder. Furthermore, flame runes were flowing on top of Long Chin's arm. They were still condensed, so the Grand Elder's life was entirely in Long Chin's hands. No one dared to make any rash moves. Everyone was dumbfounded. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others didn't dare to believe their eyes. Let alone them, even Bai Xiaola and Qin Feng were stunned. "Why?" raged the Grand Elder. Long Chen smiled. That smile had a touch of derision to it. "Why ask when you know the answer? You aren't the Grand Elder. You're all fakes." "What?" Hearing that, everyone was even more shocked. Even Luo Changwu was startled. The Grand Elder's appearance, gaze, and even his spiritual fluctuations were all familiar. How could it be a fake? Long Chun snickered. "Your imitation is truly amazing. Even your spiritual fluctuations are able to match the real one. Regretfully, fake is fake. There are always flaws. The Grand Elder does have hostility toward me, but no killing intent. That's your fatal mistake. In the lower world, I often fought against your Bloodkill Hall's assassins, so I've seen all your tricks. That hesitation you had over shaking my hand was because you were pondering whether or not to kill me at that moment. The hidden runes on your palm also vanished when you extended your hand. My guess is that you're a clone, and when you saw the chance, you wanted to kill me, but the true body ordered you to abandon that chance. The clone cannot defy the will of the true body, so you could only accept it. I don't know if all of what I said is correct, so do you have anything to say?" The Grand Elder suddenly laughed, as expected of the existence that the killing god has issued the Bloodkill order for. "I was seen through." The Grand Elder's words stunned everyone. This Grand Elder really was a fake? Just then, the figures beside the Grand Elder moved. But a cold light flashed, and those people were cut in two. Luo Changwu sheathed his sword. Other than Long Chun, no one saw what he had done. Even Long Chun was stunned inside. The speed of his sword was astonishing. First came his will, and then the actual thought. Clearly, Luo Changwu had launched his attack before they even moved. This was a kind of mental lock. As soon as an opponent moved, the body automatically reacted. That was an extremely profound realm. Furthermore, the moment he attacked, violet light appeared on his sword. That was his bloodline divine ability. Although Luo Changwu hadn't used much of his blood qi, Long Chun still sensed his bloodline pressure. He was definitely a primal divine lord, and an extremely frightening one at that. Clearly, Luo Changwu was hiding his true power. His expression was extremely ugly at the moment. The Bloodkill Hall has gone too far. They really think that the Luo family is easy to bully. For the Bloodkill Hall to dare to assassinate people within the Luo family's territory was already an insult and provocation, but even more importantly, the target was a guest like Long Chun. This was clearly looking down on them. For the assassins to even disguise themselves as the Grand Elder and the others, it was intolerable. Even with his patience and steadiness, Luo Chenghwa's anger flared. He directly killed those people. Ha ha ha, the Bloodkill Hall has issued the Bloodkill order. All the Bloodkill assassins within the 9 heavens and 10 lands have their sights on Long Chun. Do you know what the Bloodkill order signifies? It is the highest glory and honor for the one who accomplishes it. Such a thing has only been issued 3 times throughout all of history. The one who accomplishes it will receive the Bloodkill Order badge, and that glory will drive the killing god's followers crazy. Do you think they will care about your Luo family, some insignificant descendants of the Violet blood race? Sneered the fake Grand Elder. Longchen indifferently said, the Bloodkill Order is a bit interesting. But the Bloodkill Hall's assassins are supposed to be at the same realm as the target and even the level lower. How is there a Divine Lord assassin here? The Bloodkill Hall really is shameless. You clearly don't really care about honor and glory, but you wish to be claimed as the most glorious and honorable assassins. You have no bottom line. You'll assassinate anyone with no rules at all, but still want to look all elegant and classy. It seems that packing Imputa's divine statue with crap was correct. All your heads are full of crap. You blasphemed the killing god. You will face your retribution sooner or later, roared that assassin. Clearly, Long Chen's words had stabbed him where it hurt. When the news of Imputa's divine statue being used as a dung pit spread, countless people were dumbfounded. As for Imputa himself, he was enraged. That was what resulted in the Bloodkill Order. If you want to find my true body through this clone, you must be dreaming. The assassin suddenly roared, and his body rapidly inflated. Boom! Long Chun shoved his arm, and the assassin was thrown into the air. He then exploded. Even in death, you have to disgust me. As expected, sneered Long Chen. He turned to Luo Changwu. Senior shouldn't be angry. The Bloodkill Hall is a group of shameless fellows. Let us go see the family head. Let's go. We won't let this matter end like this. The Luo family isn't an existence that anyone can bully. Well, report this to the family head. Luo Changwu took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. He then brought Long Chun and the others away. Chapter 32, 13 Honing, Heavenly Staircase. Chapter 32, 13 Honing, Heavenly Staircase. Using the Bloodkill Hall assassin's clone, Long Chun had tried to pinpoint the location of his true body. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to succeed. Long Chen could sense that the true body was secretly watching things here from a certain location, but it was too far, or he was using some secret art. Hence, Long Chun was unable to tell the exact location. Just as Long Chun was tracking the clone's blood-soul power back to its source, the assassin chose to detonate his clone. Long Chen's goal was clearly seen through. Although the clone was dead, Long Chun was still a bit worried. This fellow was hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any moment. Long Chun felt like a pair of eyes was watching his back. This person was a late-stage primal divine lord. If Long Chun had been the slightest bit negligent, this assassin would have had a chance to kill him. It had to be known that assassins were killers who killed people across realms. Long Chun wasn't that afraid of himself being targeted. He was more worried about this fellow targeting the people beside him in order to provoke him. In his fury, he might show an opening. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were willing to use any means necessary to achieve their goal. Back then, they had even used a child like Dong Mingyu in an attempt to kill him. That was enough to show him that they deserved to be exterminated. Other than Imputa, they had no respect for anything, so they were capable of doing anything as well. That was the most troubling thing for Long Chun. It could be said that Imputa had made his absolute determination to kill Long Chen this time. His Bloodkill Order turned Long Chun into the target for all his followers, making it so that Long Chun would be pestered to death. Come then, let's see if you have more people than I can kill. Long Chun sneered inside. Within the Heavenly Swell domain, Imputa was too afraid of the High Firmament Academy to come himself. Hence, he could only send his followers. Furthermore, for Imputa, a world king, someone who had made a name for himself countless years ago, to come personally kill a four-peak disciple would be a complete loss of face. After all, Imputa had quite the reputation to uphold in the immortal world. In other words, as long as Long Chun didn't leave the Heavenly Swell domain, Imputa wouldn't be able to come after him personally. It seemed that he was testing the attitude of the High Firmament Academy by sending Divine Lord assassins. That seemed to still be within the realm of tolerance for the High Firmament Academy. Perhaps the Academy had faith in Long Chun and only viewed these assassinations as trials. Long Chun had only heard of the Bloodkill Order today, and he believed that the higher-ups of the academy couldn't have not known about it. They simply hadn't told him about it. Long Chun hadn't even finished anything in the Luo family, but the Bloodkill Hall was once more causing trouble. Long Chun had a belly full of fire, but when he thought of Inputa's head filled with crap, he felt a bit better. The current Long Chun needed to maintain a good mood. He couldn't always get angry, or the negative emotions would nourish the dark energy. Moreover, his eye had yet to recover, so he didn't dare to once more unleash the power of the purgatory eyes. He was constantly wearing an eye patch, making him appear like a one-eyed person. Although he didn't really care what he looked like, he did feel a bit uncomfortable. Senior, what is going on with the Devil Sea? Why would so many sea demons come onto the land? What did the Chu family do? Asked Long Chun as they sat on the flying boat back to the Luo family. This battlefield did have a transportation formation that could directly bring them, but that would be rude. Thus, they sat on a flying boat. This was Long Chin's first time in the Ying Prefecture, so the Luo family had to be a good host. The Ying Prefecture was also known as the Wetlands Prefecture. There were countless mountain ranges with glades and ponds around them. It was a very beautiful scenery, but Long Chun wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. He wanted to know about the Devil Sea. Luo Changwu answered, "There is a certain legend about the Devil Sea. It is said that some terrifying devil died within it during the Primal Chaos era, and the Devil Sea was formed out of its blood. It has an irregular form, like snakes of the entire immortal world. The Devil Sea is not actually in the shape of a sea, but more like a river. It grows, producing endless sea demons and deep-sea devils. It is said that there are many levels in its depths, and the deeper you go, the higher the status of the devils you'll find. The so-called sea demons that we've encountered are nothing more than the lowest level of pawns, the most active but weakest group. Due to the current, some sea demons often wash up on land, and finding life forms here, they'll try to consume them. To put it more frankly, whether it is sea demons or deep-sea devils, they are like fish in the sea, coming wave by wave. Once a wave is killed, there's no way to predict when the next wave will come. The sea serpents that you killed very rarely appear. They normally view sea demons as their food and rarely come onto land. What is that devil from the Primal Chaos era?" Bai Xiaola couldn't help interjecting. Luo Changwu bitterly smiled. No one can say for sure. Such a legend is hard to believe. Since Longchen asked, I tried to answer, but don't take it too seriously. The human race's history could only be traced back to the immemorial era. As for the desolate era, there were only some primitive diagrams that people couldn't understand. They could only try to infer things based on their own imagination. However, every person inferred different things. Those diagrams were difficult to comprehend. Thus, there were many legends of the desolate era, but their veracity could not be confirmed. That was even more true of the Primal Chaos era that occurred even further in the past. Thus, many legends were just treated as stories to be heard. There was no need to take them too seriously. No wonder I didn't encounter a single sea demon when I crossed the Devil Sea. It seems that I didn't run into that wave, said Su Zixiong. Luo Changwu nodded. Your luck was good. Due to the mist on top of the Devil Sea, if you travel too fast, it will cause friction that wears down the runes of a flying boat. Thus, traveling between the Heavenly Star Domain and the Heavenly Swell Domain through the Devil Sea will require at least 20 days. Normally when crossing, especially when crossing the center, you'll encounter several waves of attacks, maybe even dozens. Only a few powers have experts with blood runes to drive those sea demons away. Others will have to endure the attacks, and especially when crossing the center, that will easily disturb the deep-sea devils. Once a fight starts, you will very likely find yourself buried within the Devil Sea. For you to have crossed the Devil Sea by yourself, your luck is truly heaven-defying. Even now, I'm finding it hard to believe. Hearing that, Long Chun sank into thought. At this moment, an exceedingly brazen thought rose within him. He felt like the Devil Sea was a good place. The Luo family was located within a range of stone mountains. Stone swords were like forests, and not a single blade of grass grew. This place almost seemed a bit desolate. Long Chun almost couldn't believe his eyes. With Long Chin's arrival, countless experts came to greet them. After all, Long Chin's medicinal pills had helped them out immensely in their time of need. the Luo family would naturally welcome him warmly. Suddenly, just as he was off of the flying boat, a detached and mighty voice rang out as if descending from above the 9 heavens. Bring him to the honing heavenly staircase. Chapter 32:14 Who is more arrogant? Chapter 32:14 Who is more arrogant? That voice wasn't loud or angry, yet it contained unquestionable might. Even Long Chun felt his heart pounding when he heard it. Just from this voice, Long Chun could sense the pride and stubbornness within the speaker's bones. Just the voice alone made his heart fall. He was similar to Long Chun in some areas. This person would never change the things that he had decided on, nor would he ever feel remorse for the things that he had done. As a result, it was probably going to be a clash of two sharp points. Long Chun had come to investigate his mother, but just this voice made him feel like it was going to be far more difficult than he had expected. As for Luo Changwu and the other members of the Luo family, when they heard the voice mention the honing heavenly staircase, all their expressions changed. But not one person dared to contradict him. "Family head, Long Chun has just set foot into the four-peak realm," said Luo Changwu hesitantly. However, no response came. Clearly, the family head had decided on this matter, and there was no room for negotiation. After a bit, seeing no response, Luo Changwu sighed and turned to Long Chen apologetically. "Long Chun, maybe you shouldn't have come. Why don't you go back and return when you've reached the Divine Lord realm?" "What? Is that honing heavenly staircase a mountain of blades or a deep fryer?" asked Long Chun. "You might not know this, but the honing heavenly staircase is a trial ground of our Luo family. There are 99 steps on it, and it is a remnant from ancient times. The first 49 steps are for four-peak disciples, while the top 49 steps are for divine lords. My talent is limited, and I only reached the 79th step. Afterward, I never tried again. In the recent history of the Luo family, only the family head managed to climb all 99 steps, and he did it at the late four-peak realm. To have you, someone who has just advanced to the four-peak realm, also climb the honing heavenly staircase. It truly is difficult," said Luo Changwu with difficulty. After all, in so many generations of the Luo family, only one such terrifying figure had appeared, and now he was using himself as the standard. No, it should be said that he was requesting an even higher standard from Long Chen. However, Luo Zichuan possessed absolute authority within the Luo family. No one could question his orders, not even Luo Changwu, his own son. On the other hand, Long Chun had helped the Luo family immensely in their time of need and was viewed very importantly by the Luo family. For them to treat him like this was a bit unacceptable. Luo Changwu was unable to comprehend what his father was thinking. Since the family head wishes it, wouldn't it mean that I'm afraid if I don't go? If the family head could climb it, well, while I naturally can't compete with the family head, I do have the courage to at least try, said Long Chen. Knowing that this was a trial his grandfather had set for him, Long Chun felt even greater ire for him. He had already given the Luo family so many benefits. Even if the Luo family was arrogant and didn't need to fawn over him, it seemed that they weren't qualified to stand on airs with him, no? If it weren't for his mother, would he have to suffer this grievance? They wanted to test him? Then come. Long Chun was also extremely proud and arrogant. Luo Zichuan was using his own path to test Long Chun, so how could he retreat? The feeling that Long Chun got from Luo Zichuan was that he was exceedingly prideful. Even though Long Chun had helped the Luo family, if Long Chun wished to speak to him, he had to have the proper qualifications. And those qualifications were for him to ascend the honing heavenly staircase. For there to be such an unreasonable person in this world made Long Chun angry. Fine, he would use his power to show that he didn't lack the same arrogance. Luo Changwu also saw that despite Long Chen's smile, he was a bit angry. That was precisely what he had been most afraid of. The honing heavenly staircase wasn't something that could be forcibly climbed. If a person couldn't recognize their limit and forced it, they would die. It was unknown just how many arrogant heavenly geniuses of the Luo family had died climbing the honing heavenly staircase. If Long Chun lost his life here after overstepping his limit, wouldn't the Luo family become the laughingstock of the world? He didn't understand why his father would do this, but Luo Zichuan never explained his actions. From the top to bottom, All members of the Luo family simply had to obey him. Luo Changwu saw Long Chen's anger and couldn't help feeling profoundly helpless. If he tried to advise Long Chen now, it would instead be viewed as looking down on him, making Long Chen want to show off even more. After all, at such a young age, they cared especially about being looked down on. Then let's go. I hope you can stay calm. If you really can't do it, don't force it. That is very dangerous. Luo Changwu patted Long Chen's shoulder. All he could do was tactfully express his opinion. Junior understands. I cherish my life more than anyone. I won't lose it for nothing, said Long Chen. This uncle of his was at least not bad. He wasn't as irritatingly overbearing as his grandfather. Hearing that, Luo Changwu was a bit more at ease. If Long Chen really could understand how to retreat when he needed to, that would be excellent. Bai Shaola and the others were attended to by other people from the Luo family. Only Long Chen followed Luo Changwu past layers of stone trees at the rear. Luo Changhwa's expression was grave, and he didn't say a word. Long Chen smiled. Senior, there's no need to be worried. Luo Changwu shook his head. The family head's thoughts are known only to himself. Even as his son, just like my big brother, I never know what he's thinking. Ever since we were young, we could only listen to his orders. Only junior sister. Luo Changwu suddenly shut his mouth, an expression of pain appearing in his eyes. Long Chen's heart pounded. He knew that this junior sister of his was his mother. Long Chen wanted to ask him more about her. He so badly wanted to tell him that he was his junior sister's son. However, he couldn't. At the very least, he still couldn't lay all his cards on the table. He wanted to ask where his mother was and reunite with his father first. As for the grievance between his mother and the Luo family, that wasn't something that could be resolved with martial power, nor was it something that he could resolve. This family head was too stubborn, so stubborn that others couldn't breathe. Clearly, Luo Changwu was full of respect and reverence for him, and although he didn't approve of his father's methods, he was powerless to change anything. The Luo family inhabited this stone mountain range. There was a stone forest with caves all around for the Luo family's people to cultivate in. On the way, Long Chen noticed that the Luo family's territory was even larger than he had expected. However, such a big family didn't have that many people. It was a huge land, with few people. He knew that due to the Chu family's tricks, the majority of the Luo family's forces were distributed to the other battlefield. In less than an hour, as Long Chen walked, the stone trees in his sight became taller and taller until he saw a stone cliff soaring into the clouds. Looking from a distance, he saw clouds circling the waist of the mountain. It gave off a grand and heavy feeling. Just looking at it made his soul twinge. At the foot of the mountain were stone steps, and every step was several meters high. It was as if the steps were for giants. This is the Honing Heavenly Staircase. The family head is at the top. Be careful. Sometimes retreating is the wisest option, said Luo Changwu, once more patting Long Chen's shoulder before leaving. Long Chen stood at the bottom of the stone staircase. Staring up at the path that led beyond the clothes, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his leg to start the climb. Chapter 32, 15 Honing Trial. Chapter 32, 15 Honing Trial. The instant Long Chen stepped onto the first stair, countless runes lit up throughout the staircase. It was like a beacon leading straight to the heavens. At this moment, Long Chen felt an invisible energy press down on him, and he curled his lips. Back in the day, he had climbed the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. Now he was climbing the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Long Chen took giant steps, climbing up the stairs one by one. Just as expected, the pressure grew the higher he climbed. However, this was nothing to Long Chen, and he climbed according to a specific tempo. It was only at the 30th stair that he actually felt some pressure. That pressure couldn't be said to be heavy to him. On the 40th stair, he felt that invisible energy started to press down on his will. The will was the foundation of the Tao heart, and this place should be a place for tempering the will. Long Chen couldn't help smiling. He had walked out of countless predicaments and arrived at the immortal world after climbing through a mountain of corpses. No one could shake his will, not even the heavens. When Long Chen reached the 50th step, space twisted around him. An enormous pressure pressed down on him like he was suddenly carrying a mountain on his back. Luo Changwu had said that the first 49 steps were for 4 peak disciples, while the latter steps were for divine lords. As expected, at the 5th step, Long Chun had a different feeling. The pressure on him had increased by over 10 times. It wasn't just targeting the will, but also the physical body. As he pressed onwards, the pressure only grew. But Long Chun still didn't feel it to be too much. For an ordinary divine lord, their physical body would have reached the limit. But for Long Chin's physical body, it was still unable to pose a threat. At the 60th step, the pressure grew explosively once more. And at the 70th step, his essence blood involuntarily quickened. His blood was instinctively circulating to resist the pressure. The 70th step was enough to crush ordinary divine lords. It had surpassed the tolerance level of the majority of divine lords. At the 79th step, Long Chun sensed a powerful tearing power. It was like invisible hands trying to pull him apart. This step was Luo Changhua's limit. Long Chun couldn't help shaking his head. This uncle of his must not specialize in the physical body, otherwise with his will, he could definitely progress further. On the 80th step, Long Chin's body instinctively bent. He felt the space above him had been restricted, making him unable to stand up straight. With a snort, Long Chun forced his body up. The stone step rumbled and runes exploded. At this moment, Long Chun felt as if he was trying to lift up a star. His whole body began to hurt slightly. In truth, there was no need for him to do this. As long as he bent down, he wouldn't have to endure this much pressure. However, Long Chin's pride refused to allow him to lower his head. That would be a concession, a display of powerlessness. That was already a kind of failure, especially on the honing heavenly staircase when someone was watching him. Furthermore, he had a feeling that if he lowered his head, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. One concession led to further concessions until there was nowhere left to go. The 81st step caused the pressure to increase once more. At the 85th step, his divine flames automatically ignited. After that, at the 89th step, he felt immense power crashing down on him, and it was like he was within the chaotic flow of space, with his body being torn apart. The next moment, golden dragon scales appeared on top of his body, and a dragon cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. Wild blood chi formed a pillar of golden light that scattered the clouds and changed the color of the world. In that instant, all of the Luo family's territory shuddered. Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, and Su Zixiang were accompanied by the Luo family's experts and drinking tea when they heard the dragon cry. They then saw golden light split apart the clouds in the distance and jumped in shock. Qin Feng's expression changed. No need to panic. Long Chun is charging up the honing heavenly staircase. He'll definitely have to use his full power, said Luo Changwu. This wasn't the result of someone fighting Long Chun and forcing him to go all out. In truth, while Luo Changwu had returned to accompany Qin Feng and the others and said such words, all of his attention was on the honing heavenly staircase. That spot. The Luo family's experts stared at that height in shock. Yes, he's already reached the 90th step, said Luo Changwu. He was also shocked. He hadn't expected Long Chun to get there so fast. However, the faster you went, the greater the pressure at the end. The final 9 steps in particular were the true honing steps. At the same time as Luo Changwu was shocked, he was also worried. The 90th step? He's so powerful? The Luo family's experts didn't dare to believe it. Everyone knew that other than the family head, no one in the Luo family had reached the 90th step. On the other hand, quite a few people managed to reach the 89th step, but at the 90th step, the pressure would become a raging flood. Many people had tried to resist that flood only to be washed away, killed without a trace. On the other hand, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, Luo Ning, Luo Qing, and those familiar with Long Chun didn't feel too much shock. They were filled with anticipation instead. They had personally seen how strong Long Chun was, so they truly felt him to be omnipotent. They all hoped for Long Chun to be able to reach the peak. Just as the Luo family was shocked by Long Chin's display, Long Chun faced an unprecedented crisis. Standing on the 90th step, he felt the raging flood crashing upon him. His soul ached as if a grindstone was grinding away at it. Moreover, The flood was actually capable of moving through his body. It was like millions of flies were grinding away pieces of him. Now, Long Chun understood where the name of the honing heavenly staircase came from. The first few steps tested a person's aptitude. It was the later steps that were the true start of the honing. Qi, blood, flesh, tendon, bone, soul, mind, will. Whether the part had form or was formless, it was being ground. It was an indescribable pain. It was no wonder that only the family head had ever managed to climb the honing heavenly staircase. Such pain was unendurable. There are still 9 steps. Long Chun took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and raised his foot to the next step. Chapter 32:16 Immortal King Zichuan. Chapter 32:16 Immortal King Zichuan. When Long Chun stepped onto the 91st stair, he felt heaven and earth twisting around him, and even the scenery around him vanished from sight. Everything around him was in chaos. He felt wild winds and flickering lightning. This is heavenly Tao energy? Long Chun hadn't expected this. The honing heavenly staircase was actually controlling heavenly Tao energy. Its heavenly might was not much inferior to his own heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, this heavenly might was tearing at his body, grinding away at his will and corroding his soul, trying to make him admit defeat. The moment he stepped foot on this stair, he felt as if he had turned transparent. Foreign power pierced through his body, while his flesh and soul were undergoing a painful grinding. The more he resisted, the greater that power. However, Long Chun's will was firm. He ignored this pain and continued climbing. With every step he took, the honing heavenly staircase shuddered. It was as if the world was rocking with it. In the distance, the Luo family's experts watched nervously. The 95th stair. Luo Shui clenched her fists tightly. Long Chun had gone so far. He was only a bit off from the top. Long Chun's dragon scales were now glowing. Waves of dragon might came from them, and a dragon roar rang out, mixing with the roaring of the heavenly das. At some point, black clouds roiling with lightning had appeared in the sky. The might of the heavens shook people's souls. I heard that starting at the 90th step, the heavenly das becomes the whetstone that grinds and polishes you, allowing you to unleash your sharpness. Regretfully, other than the family head, no one else has reached there. The family head has never mentioned what happened on the honing heavenly staircase either, said one of the Luo family's elders. Only when Long Chun reached that level did they understand that the true honing started with the last final steps. As for them, they weren't even qualified to come into contact with that honing. In front of that heavenly might, people had to bend down and cower. Who had the guts to resist the heavens? Even if you had the guts, you needed a strong enough physical body. After all, you could have guts but not the conditions to back it up. Just as the Luo family's experts were discussing it, Long Chun once more pressed onwards, climbing 2 steps in one go and reaching the 97th stair. Just then, the scenery changed once more. In front of Long Chun appeared a waterfall dashing down upon him. Long Chun's body shook as this waterfall contained the power of the 10,000 das. Traces of blood began to leak out of his dragon scales. This honing heavenly staircase really is something good. Long Chun was surprised as he sensed this power. As expected, every single major power possessed its own treasures. There was no way to estimate the value of this divine item. If he had come here earlier, then his last tribulation might not have been so dangerous. This item was the best thing for tempering a person's will. It could be considered one of the fastest paths to make a person stronger. Boom. On the 98th step, lightning fell on Long Chun's body, and the immense power popped all over his scales. At this moment, space began to solidify, time turned slow, and sound became ephemeral. Long Chun could hear his bones creaking. Whether it was the pressure of the mind or the flesh, it had doubled. Without the golden dragon battle armor, his body would probably have been flattened. Long Chun took a deep breath and stepped toward the 99th step. Long Chun grunted. The space above him collapsed, and he was almost crushed. Now it was as if the entire cosmos was above his head, trying to crush him and take his life. Long Chun frowned and roared. His hair flew in the wild wind as all his power erupted. Cracks appeared in the space above him. Boom. At this moment, the void exploded, transforming into fragments of space-time. Long Chun then coughed up a mouthful of blood, cracks covering his entire body. After that, the pressure was gone, and Long Chun looked behind him, smiling. He had finally succeeded. Success. Bai Xiaola cheered. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others also shouted excitedly. After so many years, someone had finally ascended the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chun didn't disappoint them. At the top, Long Chun saw another staircase, startling him. Was there more? However, when he stepped foot onto it, he found that it was nothing more than an ordinary staircase. It continued to a stone house. Within this barren mountaintop, there was only a single, lonely, exceedingly simple stone hut. There was a stone stele in front of it with various weapons stabbed into it. Only the handles were exposed, so it wasn't possible to tell what sort of weapons they were. There was also a figure sitting on top of the stele. His back was facing Long Chun, as straight as a javelin. His hair reached his shoulders, and each strand was perfectly straight like steel wires. He was like a mountain, immovable. He was the family head of the Luo family, the one who had saved the Luo family from a crisis. He was the only supreme master of the Luo family, the legendary figure, Luo Zichuan. Staring at his back, Long Chun felt his heart quickening. Despite this person not releasing any aura, he gave Long Chun a sense of pressure that was even greater than what he had sensed from Imputa. He didn't know if it was because this person was his grandfather, causing him to be nervous. Only through his mouth could he learn about his mother's whereabouts. You should not have come. Luo Zichuan spoke, his voice flat and cold. It wasn't aloof and out of touch with reality, but it still gave off a feeling that made others not dare to defy him. It was as if his voice was a divine edict that could not be defied. Why not? Long Chun took a deep breath and did his best to keep his voice calm. Luo Zichuan slowly turned and Long Chun finally saw his face. He looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. The most handsome man that Long Chun had ever met was young Master Changchuan, but this Luo Zichuan was not inferior to him at all. The most unforgettable thing about him was his pair of violet eyes. They were like amethysts, and divine light was present deep within those eyes. It was as if stars were flowing within them. When those eyes stared at him, Long Chun's body shuddered. He felt like all his secrets were exposed in front of them. These eyes could see through a person's heart and soul. Hence, Long Chun turned ice cold. It was as if he was stripped and thrown into a land of ice and snow. Luo Zichuan's eyes contained a dark killing intent. He said, "Because I will kill you." Outsiders cannot be permitted to stain the Luo family's bloodline. Chapter 32, 17 Fury Explodes. Chapter 32, 17 Fury Explodes. Long Chun's heart pounded. He didn't know whether or not Luo Zichuan was trying to swindle information out of him. I don't know what Senior is talking about. Luo Zichuan's violet eyes glowed. He shook his head. As expected, once the blood of outsiders stains it, even my violet blood race's pride is lost. You really disappoint me. Although it doesn't matter whether you make me happy or disappoint me, you won't be able to escape your death in either case. However, for you to be such a coward, it's really disgusting. It proves that my decision is correct. Long Chun raged. What are you talking about? Luo Zichuan's words provoked Long Chun's fury. If it weren't for his mother, would he have to suffer such a grievance? For his mother, he could only endure. But now he felt his dignity being trampled on, and he couldn't control his anger. In the face of Long Chun's anger, Luo Zichuan coldly said, "When Changwu went to see you, he brought back a photographic jade of you, and I instantly recognized you. That stubborn gaze is practically identical to your mother's. Everything you are doing is just in search of your mother. You actually ascended to the immortal world? You should have continued to endure until you became an immortal king. Perhaps by running rampant in other regions, you could see enough to find your mother." Regretfully, youngsters really are youngsters. They like to walk shortcuts and take risks without realizing just how devastating the consequences of failure are. I, Luo Zichuan, have killed countless people in my lifetime, and now I actually have to kill my own grandson. Just thinking about it, don't you think it's ironic? Long Chun was shaken. So Luo Zichuan had long since seen through his identity. Long Qian had actually thought himself smart by coming here to see if he could dredge up something about his mother, but he was too naive. If you know that I'm your grandson, why do you want to kill me? Why did you imprison my mother? Are you even human? Upon realizing this, Long Chen's eyes reddened and he roared with fury. Thinking of how his mother was once imprisoned in that ice land, Long Chun felt like a blade was stabbing him. She walked the wrong path. Naturally, she must take responsibility for her own failures, said Luo Zichuan coldly. Bullshit. Is choosing your own lover something wrong? Luo Zichuan was still icily calm in front of Long Chen's anger. He indifferently said, she is from the bloodline of the Luo family, and she possessed the only potential to awaken the immemorial bloodline. Then her child would definitely inherit the ancestral bloodline of the violet blood race. That's why she had to marry within the family, for the resurgence of the violet blood race, to pass on this lost inheritance. What dog's-it logic is that? You think my mother is some tool for breeding? Some bargaining chip for the resurgence of some lost race? What dog's-it pride? You are nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite, cursed Long Chun. He was mad with rage. How could such a father exist in this world? Luo Zichuan coldly said, every person has their own responsibility within this world. Your mother was the only hope of the violet blood race rising, and she knew what she was carrying on her shoulders. However, her willfulness has thrown millions of lives of the family in peril. Do you know that the peace of the immortal world is about to shatter? Do you know that the price of her actions is countless lives of the Luo family? Do you know that she possesses a sacred body that is restricted by the heavenly Das? She can only have one child in this life. In other words, if she wants a second child, you must die. So I can only kill you. This is for the Luo family. It doesn't matter if you hate me or curse me. Even if I have to carry the name of infamy for eternity, I will still kill you. Immortal King Zichuan? Might as well be dog's-it Zichuan. You lack the ability, so you pass the burden on to your own child. Although I am nothing more than a newcomer in the immortal world, I know that I will carry my own burdens. If I can't, I want force others to carry them instead. Life and death are up to the heavens. So sacrificing others for your own gain is the style of your Luo family? I spit on you. If you want to kill me, then come. Let's see just how you kill me today. My creed in life is to look down on death, to fight to the death against anyone who tries to suppress me. Come. I want to have mercy on you just because you're my grandfather. Long Chun roared and his black saber appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Luo Zichuan. Even if he was facing a world king, even if it was his own grandfather, his will to fight still overflowed. His anger had nowhere else to go, so he could only fight. The life and death of the Luo family had nothing to do with him. He only cared about his mother. Giant families like this in the immortal world didn't have familial emotions to speak of. Long Chun didn't have a sense of belonging in this place or anywhere in the immortal world. The people here didn't have many familial emotions, and what they had was a sense of profit. For profit, they could sacrifice anything. That was the most unacceptable thing for Long Chun. Luo Zichuan nodded with Long Chen's saber pointed at him. Not bad. You do have some of the Luo family's backbone. Backbone? Are you joking? If the Luo family had any backbone at all, they wouldn't sacrifice a single girl's emotions while struggling on death's door, sneered Long Chun, spitting on this praise. Luo Zichuan didn't defend himself. He stood and descended from the stone steel. After that, he rubbed the steel, lost in memories. He muttered, I don't even know how many years it has been since I last fought. Every saber here has its own story. If I directly killed you, you might not admit defeat even in death. Since you're in the Four-Peak realm, they'll suppress my realm to the Four-Peak realm. No need. Otherwise, if I kill you with one blow, I won't have the face to see my mother, sneered Long Chun. Hearing this statement, Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chun oddly. After a long moment, he said, Are you prepared to die? You're wrong. As long as I still have a single breath left in me, I won't admit defeat. Even in front of Imputa, I didn't cower. As for you, perhaps I can't defeat you, but you can't kill me, said Long Chen coldly. The most painful thing for Long Chen was that if it was anyone else, he could fight using his normal style, trading life for life. But he couldn't do so against Luo Zichuan. If Luo Zichuan died, would his mother forgive him? Long Chen was hesitating over this matter. He didn't know what he should do. Luo Zichuan shook his head. You're very arrogant. Unfortunately, your power doesn't match your arrogance. Do you really think that your current self is unmatched in this realm? I'll put it bluntly. You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. You have not seen any true experts yet. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the steel. With a light sound, a saber popped out of the steel and landed in his hand. This blade's name is Blooddrinker. Blooddrinker was the name of an ancient battle god of the barbarian race. The weapons of his subordinates were all named Blooddrinker regardless of quality. When that battle god died, his entire branch fought to the death with him. The Blooddrinker sabers were almost all lost. In the Divine Flame realm, I happened to find one. Although its quality is only at the spirit item level, it has accompanied me throughout the 9 prefectures and has slain countless experts. Others called it the Blooddrinker Wild Saber. As for myself, before becoming an immortal king, they called me Wild Saber Zichuan. Prepare yourself. I'm about to attack. Looking at this saber, Luo Zichuan seemed to be recollecting his youth. A fire ignited in his eyes. Long Chen raised his saber. His essence, qi, and spirit were at his peak. Luo Zichuan gracefully swung his saber. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, slashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen hastily blocked, only for him to be shocked that he was blocking nonsense. As an intense sensation of death enveloped him, he instinctively tilted his head backward. Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 32:18 The Difference. Chapter 32:18 The Difference. Long Chen was shocked. Just now, he had clearly blocked it. So why had he missed? If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, his head would have already fallen to the ground. It was his first time seeing such a bizarre move. Icy sweat soaked his back. That attack is based on the principle of time that I comprehended in the Divine Flame realm. Although it's nothing more than the barest scratch of the surface to that principle, it allowed me to be unmatched in the same realm. Your timing, speed, angle, and power were all correct. Unfortunately, you don't understand that time is the toughest Dao path in this world. The reason you could be unmatched in the heavenly swell domain is because your enemies were useless, not because you are so powerful. If we were born in the same generation, you would have become one of the ghosts beneath my blade, a stepping stone for my own cultivation. Luo Zichuan's saber was pointed towards the ground. He stared at Long Chen like an emperor looking at a peasant. Time and space are the foundation of the heavenly Das. Only someone close to the heavenly Das can comprehend them. Is that so amazing? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen rubbed the blood off of his neck. The wound instantly healed. His gaze was icy. He knew that he had encountered an expert that was terrifying to the peak. The laws of time and space. Long Chen also tried to delve into their profundities. However, he wasn't close to the heavenly Das. He was expelled by them. How could he research them? It wasn't that he didn't want to research them, but that the heavenly Das would not permit him to research them. Now that this matter was also mentioned, he was further incensed. It's my turn. Long Chen's black saber transformed into a bolt of black lightning hacking towards Luo Zichuan. His immense spiritual strength locked onto Luo Zichuan. Right now, Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base to the same realm as Long Chen. Long Chen could directly lock onto him. The only gratifying thing was that with his realm suppressed, he could still be locked down by mental power. In other words, in the same realm, his mental power was far inferior. Showing off brute power is not the essence of the Saber Dao. You're disappointing me more. Luo Zichuan snorted and swung his own saber. When Long Chen's saber fell, in one single exchange, he heard 8 collisions. His arm trembled. His power had been reduced 8 times. Originally, he had been trying to use this mental energy lock to force Luo Zichuan into a direct exchange. Then he would have the advantage, as he was using his strength against his opponent's weakness. However, when their sabers collided, Luo Zichuan's saber quivered rapidly. The power of his attack was reduced 8 times, and was easily blocked by Luo Zichuan. Suddenly, a sensation of danger filled Long Chun. Golden dragon scales appeared on his left arm. He hastily raised his arm behind him. A saber slashed into his arm from a bizarre angle, cutting it all the way to the bone. Even the golden dragon scales were unable to block this saber. If it weren't for his tough bones, his arm would have been severed. Your sense of danger isn't bad, but your head is a bit foolish. As I thought, you shouldn't be in this world. When Luo Zichuan's icy voice entered Long Chen's ears, his anger once more flared. Shut up. Long Chen's saber danced. In his fury, he didn't care if this was his grandfather or not. He was going all out, attacking in a suicidal manner that forced his opponent to exchange injury for injury. He had no choice but to go all out. Immortal King had suppressed his realm to the same as his. He hadn't even used his violet blood chi, but he was still suppressing him. Long Chun had never faced such a setback. If he lost, he would be killed. He couldn't possibly care any longer about this grandfather of his. His saber fought against death. No skill or rhythm. It's just random hacking like some ruffian. My Luo family's blood has been completely wasted on you. Luo Zichuan's saber was both light and heavy. It changed specifically to counter any move that Long Chun made. Luo Zichuan easily countered him. Long Chen's techniques that had forced countless people to choose between life and death were like child's play in front of Luo Zichuan. His saber simply easily resolved his attacks. An occasional lethal attack would sometimes strike, at such a perfect timing that Long Chun couldn't even attempt to dodge. He could only use his body to block. In just a few short moments, Long Chen's body was riddled with wounds. Boom! Luo Zichuan suddenly shouted, and his saber hacked down. Long Chen blocked, only to be shocked by how Luo Zichuan's lightsaber was suddenly emitting explosive power. His saber went flying out of his hands, and he tumbled back. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the direction he was sent flying was the honing heavenly staircase. When he landed on top of it, he instantly felt a terrifying current crash down upon him. Long Chen tumbled down the staircase, all the way to the foot of the mountain. At last, he smashed into the hard rock at the bottom, leaving a human-shaped imprint with countless cracks around it. Just then, a saber also plummeted down from the sky, stabbing into the rock beside him. That saber was his black saber. Long Chun looked back up the honing heavenly staircase. He stared into the clouds. He felt a pair of eyes staring arrogantly down at him. Those eyes were icy, not with disdain, but apathy. That made him even more incensed. Long Chun stood. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The world spun around him, and he collapsed just like that. What's going on? Where's the honing heavenly staircase? Just as Long Chun reached the 99th stair of the honing heavenly staircase, it vanished from sight. Even the mountain was gone. It was shrouded in mist. Bai Xiaola cried out in shock. It's unclear. Perhaps the family head has something he wishes to communicate with Long Chun that he doesn't want others to see, said Luo Changwu. However, at the same time, he felt a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. However, this mysterious father of his didn't tell him, his own son, what he was thinking. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only wait with everyone else. After an unknown amount of time passed, Long Chun woke up. While he was unconscious, the primal chaos space automatically helped him recover. When he woke up, he was once more at full power. Long Chun took a deep breath. He pulled his saber out of the ground and rested it on his shoulder. Without a word, he once more charged up the honing heavenly staircase. He once more arrived in front of the stone hut. Luo Zichuan was standing beside the stone stele, seemingly waiting for him. Luo Zichuan had already placed his blood drinker saber back into the stele. He pressed his hand against the stele once more. Another saber leapt into Luo Zichuan's hand. That saber was actually a dragon saber. A dragon bone? Long Chun was stunned when he saw this saber. This saber was actually made out of a dragon bone. Chapter 32 19 Sharpening. Chapter 32 19 Sharpening. This saber is called Jie. Jie is a rune amongst second-generation Julie immortal characters. It is the name of the reverse dragon. A dragon has 9 sons, all of them different. One is a defiant son, Jia. Upon reaching adulthood, Jia gave rise to 2 reverse scales. Jia liked to kill and devour his own race. Jia was cruel but liked to act like a good person. Jia was evil yet liked to deceive people. Jia was an evil sort amongst dragons, and this saber is an ancient remnant. Although its divine energy has all run out, its murderous aura has not lessened. When I obtained it, I liked its sharpness, and I challenged experts from outside my domain. In 10 years, not one person could oppose me. This saber-holding stone behind me is a collection of my life. Every saber has its own story. I wonder how many you can endure? Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chun with his bone saber in hand. This bone saber made him think of Dragonbone Evil Moon. Evil Moon was pitch black, but this bone saber was white as jade. This bone saber looked as if it had been eroded with age. It was most likely incredibly old. No matter how powerful the weapon, it could not escape the encroachment of time. However, this dragon bone seemed to contain an evil spirit. Once it was released, it would devour people's souls. Long Chun raised his saber once more. Come. Luo Zichuan didn't stand on courtesy. With a single step, he seemed to teleport, appearing to Long Chin's left side. His saber slashed towards his ribs. The angle was perfectly calculated to be the most difficult for Long Chun to defend. Boom! Long Chun tilted his arm, surprisingly using the hilt to block the bone saber. He was sent flying back, and as he did so, he swung his saber to the side, aiming for Luo Zichuan's head. Luo Zichuan raised his saber and blocked. Both sides instantly separated. One attacked perfectly, one defended dangerously. After this exchange, the two of them had switched positions. Not bad. You're not thinking so rigidly about only using the blade. It can count as a slight improvement, but it won't change your fate of being killed, said Luo Zichuan, a trace of praise finally appearing in his eyes. After saying that, he once more attacked. His attack was simple, straightforward, direct. It was his first time unleashing such a single attack against Long Chun. Long Chun didn't receive it. Instead, taking advantage of the length of his saber, he forcibly attacked Luo Zichuan. He had to take the initiative, or he would die to his hands. Luo Zichuan's saber was extremely long, almost stupidly so. It was rather awkward to use, to the point that it could be considered a fatal weakness. But it was also its strong point as well. Whenever Long Chun was unable to endure, he could take advantage of its length to attack. This would give him opportunities and give him a chance to breathe. However, the slightest misjudgment would spell his end. He would have to pay a terrible price. Originally, Long Chun expected Luo Zichuan would be forced to retreat. But his bone saber seemed to come to life. Like a dragon, it passed through Long Chin's saber and pierced his chest. Despite already moving back as the bone saber stabbed towards his chest, Long Chun was unable to completely avoid it. He didn't even have time to use his dragon scale armor before his body was pierced. A flexible saber. Long Chin's expression changed. This dragon bone blade was almost alive. It could be soft or hard. The moment it stabbed him, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if there was some powerful poison on top of it. The most shocking and enraging thing for Long Chun was that in front of Luo Zichuan, the power that he was so proud of could never be unleashed. Whether it was his astral power, his divine flame energy, his golden dragon power, his thunder force, his flame energy, there was no way to use any of them. The moment that he did, it was true that his power would grow explosively, but at the same time, his speed would be impacted. No matter how powerful the move, it was useless if it couldn't strike his opponent. Luo Zichuan's moves flowed perfectly like water. Every single one of his attacks forced him back. It was as if they were playing chess, and Luo Zichuan was attacking steadily. One wrong move, and Long Chin's board would collapse. Ultimately, Long Chun was always forced to play passively. No matter what he did, he could only buy a few breaths. Luo Zichuan was constantly suppressing him. He had no opportunity to unleash any bigger moves. Luo Zichuan's attacks were too fast. In fact, he couldn't even unleash small moves. Most of the time, he was forced to passively defend. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a terrifying saber master. He had never imagined that a single saber could show a million transformations. Every part of the saber contained profundities to take advantage of. Compared to Luo Zichuan, he was like a local ruffian fighting a master of their craft. They simply weren't on the same level. This feeling of powerlessness was one that sparked despair. The difference was too great. Long Chen was the dual champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention. He had drawn heavenly tribulation that killed countless experts. For him to now receive such a blow, it was like a hammer leaving stars in his eyes. That dragon bone saber was sometimes like a roaring dragon, and sometimes like a viper striking out of its cave. Its attacks were sometimes sharp, yet sometimes mighty. It left Long Chen bloodied. Long Chen fought with his life on the line, but there was no way for him to bypass the saber, nor could he completely stop it. When Long Chen had discussed the Tao, he had said that all techniques had their flaws. Thus, attacking with a styleless style was the correct choice. However, Luo Zichuan's techniques were all brilliant. There might be flaws, but they were completely covered up. Furthermore, if an opening did appear for just a glimmer, despite seeing it, there was no way for him to grasp it. Boom. Long Chen bitterly fought for an hour. They exchanged thousands of blows. Luo Zichuan's techniques continued to come out in an unending stream, not one of them repeating. Suddenly, an opening was grasped by Luo Zichuan, and Long Chen was once more sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen once more landed at the bottom. His saber stabbed into the rock beside him. He once more coughed up blood and fainted. After sending him down, Luo Zichuan slowly reinserted his bone saber into the stone steel. He stood there at the peak, his arms clasped behind him. His violet eyes stared at the foot of the mountain, through the layers of clouds. He saw the bloody, unconscious Long Chen. His handsome face was completely expressionless. Long Chen woke up. Looking at his bloodied robes, he thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had expected to encounter the expected on the honing heavenly staircase. He had already put on some ordinary clothes that he didn't care about. Long Chen stood up. His clothes were a complete mess, but he didn't care. He once more picked up his saber, took a deep breath, and climbed up the honing heavenly staircase. Despite his torn clothes and his bloodied appearance, his back was still straight. His will was still solid. His steps were steady. He walked up without the slightest fear. However, even Long Chen himself was completely unaware that his aura was starting to change. It was just like a dull blade was being sharpened, allowing it to reveal its sharp light. Chapter 32, 20A Fair Battle. Chapter 32, 20A Fair Battle. As saber light flashed like lightning, thunderous sounds rang out, and even the void was sliced apart. 2 sabers continued to whistle, unleashing overwhelming saber chi. Long Chen didn't even know how many times he had been sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Every time he got back up, Luo Zichuan switched to a different saber. Every saber had its own history, its own particularities, and its own techniques. Every time Long Chen thought that he was grasping the style, when he came back up, he found that everything that he had grasped about the previous saber was useless. Boom. Long Chen fought Luo Zichuan's tempest of attacks for 6 hours before being sent down the honing heavenly staircase once more. He left a hole in the rocks below yet again. Long Chen was incensed. In the last 3 fights, he had finally grasped something. Although he was still suppressed, he was able to last longer and longer, so he saw the hope of victory. In that last attack, in the 6-hour fight, he had attacked 16 times, taking the initiative those 16 times. Despite seeing hope, he was still defeated. Luo Zichuan's saber techniques were completely ephemeral, so there was no pattern for Long Chen to grasp. It seemed like there was no particular rule to his moves. Every move seemed to come without any warning. The most infuriating thing to Long Chen was that no matter what he did, Luo Zichuan suppressed him. Once he was suppressed, he began to exhaust his power, and after being exhausted to a certain extent, he would be sent flying. He was like a drowning person being beaten in the water, not being given any breathing room. Every fight was a sullen one. Once he couldn't hold on any longer, he was sent flying. Even now, He couldn't find any way to counter Luo Zichuan and could only continue to fight with his life on the line. Also, he couldn't understand just how such terrifying high-tempo attacks were not exhausting Luo Zichuan at all. The most dejecting thing was that from the start, Luo Zichuan was fighting with the cultivation base of the Four-Peak realm. Long Chun had never felt so stifled in his life. Fortunately, his will was tough, and he refused to admit defeat. As he fought Luo Zichuan, he also learned his techniques, using his own moves against him. Once Long Chun recovered, he clenched his teeth and charged up the staircase once more. He was so used to it that he reached the peak in almost an instant. As soon as he saw Luo Zichuan, he directly attacked without saying a word. This time, Luo Zichuan was using a golden saber. It was a rarely seen curved saber that was like a crescent moon. His techniques once more changed. He seemed to be one with his saber, and Long Chun didn't even get a single chance to counterattack. Facing a torrent of saber images, Long Chun didn't even last 2 hours before being sent flying. Long Chun couldn't help cursing. He had definitely been scammed. He refused to believe that Luo Zichuan had mastered so many saber forms while in the Four-Peak realm. Even if he worked to death, he couldn't have mastered so many. Those saber forms all required endless training and drilling to be able to flow so smoothly. For Luo Zichuan to say that he wasn't bullying Long Chun, he was absolutely shameless. Despite that, Long Chun clenched his teeth and charged back up. Now, Luo Zichuan had switched to a dual saber style. As a result, Long Chun couldn't even last a single hour before being sent flying again. Long Chun was shocked. Luo Zichuan was practically a monster who had walked the saber down to the pinnacle. With 2 sabers in his hands, it was like Long Chun was fighting 2 people at once. Long Chun was completely unable to fight back or even see his opponent's moves clearly before being knocked down. Anyone else would have despaired, but Long Chun charged back up. Time passed bit by bit. Long Chun was being knocked down over and over, but he always charged back up. Luo Zichuan continued to switch saber forms, but Long Chun gradually managed to last longer. One time, Long Chun felt like he was on the verge of exhaustion, about to be sent flying again. However, just at that moment, his pores opened, and a huge amount of life energy poured into him from every direction. It was like someone who was drowning was given a chance to peek his head out of the water and take a deep breath. In that moment, Long Chun almost shouted from emotion. He seemed to have grasped how to breathe. Boom! With that breath, his aura exploded and even his senses grew clear. His saber then smashed into Luo Zichuan's saber, which resulted in both of them shaking and retreating a few steps. Long Chun had an excited expression. He felt like he had finally grasped something and the world had grown clear. His mind had gone through a baptism. Luo Zichuan shook his head. It took you this long just to grasp the power of heaven and earth. You are the most foolish person that I've met. Since you have comprehended the power of heaven and earth, I can finally kill you with ease. All this effort to make you comprehend this power was just to give you a chance to fight fairly. Kill me or be killed by me. You can only choose one. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the stone steel again. It then shuddered, and violet light soared into the heavens. At this moment, a heaven-shaking saber cry rang out, and with it, a long and ancient violet saber appeared in Luo Zichuan's hand. This saber had violet chi surrounding it. It rumbled, drowning out all the other sounds of the world. Other than the saber cry, no other sound could be heard. A light appeared in Luo Zichuan's eyes as he eyed this saber. He seemed to have finally come out of his sheath. He said, "This saber's name is Violet Fern. It is a divine weapon that the Violet blood race forged with special techniques in ancient times. However, this kind of secret art has long since been lost with the decline of the Violet blood race. All of my sabers were found by myself, and only this Violet Fern is different. It was given to me. This saber is what gave me the power to pull the Luo family out of crisis and make it reach its current glory. It is also what activated my violet blood divine pupils, which is what allowed your mother to inherit the immemorial bloodline. But that was ruined by you. You are not guilty, but for the family, I must kill you. Once I resolve this accident, everything will go back to the correct path. I will not let anyone block the path of the resurgence of my violet blood race. You talk so much, but you are still an old fogey who doesn't hesitate to sacrifice the happiness of your daughter for the family. You turned your own daughter into a tool for breeding. I really look down on people like you. Let's not waste more words. Come, I will use my own power to defeat you. I will show you that your so-called bloodline is nothing more than a huge joke. Long Chen's anger once more flared when his mother was brought up. This stubborn old man really was obstinate. Down to his very core, Luo Zichuan rejected Long Chen. That was the greatest insult Long Chen had ever experienced. At this point, Long Chen had comprehended countless principles of the saber Dao throughout their fight. He had also grasped how to breathe, so he no longer had any misgivings. Stamping his foot on the ground, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his saber slashing toward Luo Zichuan. Chapter 32:21 The Grand Dao is formless. Chapter 32:21 The Grand Dao is formless. The two sabers clashed, causing an explosion of violet qi and black qi. As a result, the mountain rocked and a wild qi wave spread in every direction. In the Luo family, countless experts stared in the direction of the honing heavenly staircase. However, it was shrouded in mist, so they couldn't see what was happening. They could only hear metal clashing. It had been over 10 days, and that sound continued all this time. Qinfeng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiang, and the others had no idea what was going on. The Luo family's disciples were also confused. Today, the sound started once more, but they also saw black and violet qis twining around each other like two giant dragons, soaring into the heavens, shaking the stars. Within the roiling mist, they just barely managed to see two silhouettes, but nothing more. Within the mist, Long Chen and Luo Zichuan's sabers were still interlocked. Their gazes were as sharp as their sabers as they stared at each other. It was like two invisible blades were clashing as well, and space twisted wildly. This was a clash of mental strength. You're improving quickly, but you're still a fool. You don't understand how to use the Tao. All that brute power of yours has nowhere to go. A cultivator must understand that light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Life and death, existence and non-existence, long and short, high and low. The end of one signifies the birth of the other. If a cultivator doesn't understand this, they are like a phoenix with no wings, a dragon with no claws, the heavens without the sun, moon, and stars, the earth without rivers and lakes. When there is no cycle of life, that is true death. Even the heavenly Daos are incomplete, leaving space to grow. You already know that you are lacking things, but you refuse to borrow the power of the heavenly Daos. That is truly the pinnacle of foolishness. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen coldly. Suddenly, violet qi burst out of his saber, and Long Chen felt an immense power knock him back several steps. With every step, he left a footprint on this stone mountain. The hardness of this mountain surpassed that of a treasure item. Even all this fighting hadn't damaged it. However, this time, it was as if Long Chen was being pressed down by the power of the heavenly Daos. He felt like his bones would shatter. When he stabilized himself, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a huge joke. I want to borrow that power, but do you think the heavenly Daos would allow me to? Even without it, I can still beat you, roared Long Chen. Previously, Luo Zichuan had only been fighting Long Chen with his basic saber arts. Now, he was using the power of the heavenly Daos. As for Long Chen, he was rejected by the heavenly Daos and unable to use that power. On the martial heaven continent, he was capable of forcibly absorbing the power of heaven and earth for himself. But in the immortal world, it was no longer possible for him to force the heavenly Daos to give him their power. Long Chen refused to submit to the heavenly Daos. His hostility toward the heavenly Daos had not diminished at all here. How could he submit to the heavenly Daos and beg for its power? Luo Zichuan coldly shouted, "The Grand Dao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Grand Dao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The Grand Dao is nameless, nourishing all life. All things within heaven and earth have their own orbit. Why would the heavenly Daos only target you? That assumption is you covering your eyes with a leaf so that you don't see the mountain. The true heavenly Taoists are formless, emotionless, and nameless. The heavenly Taoists are simply the executors of the laws of heaven and earth. For you to think that the heavenly Taoists are targeting you is nothing more than a fanciful thought from you. Just like in society, you can't possibly obtain everyone's approval. If someone targets you, are you going to view that person's entire family as an enemy? Their entire race? The spring rain is a blessing for the farmer, while the pedestrian curses the mud. The autumn moon is like a mirror that beautiful women enjoy, but it is hated by the robbers. If even the heavens cannot satisfy everyone, how can a single person do that? Long Chun was shaken, especially by the final part of Luo Zichuan's words. Rain was both a blessing and a curse. The farmers' crops were nourished by it, but the travelers were forced to stay indoors or get muddy. The autumn moon was beautiful and bright. Friends and children would play beneath its light. But this light was what the robbers cursed, reflecting their ugliness. Even an omnipotent existence like heaven and earth could not satisfy everyone. So how could a single person obtain everyone's approval? Your darkness shrouds your heart, shrouding your sixth root, your sixth sense, and your sixth perception. The heavenly Taoists nourish all things in this world. Why would they single you out? Your foolishness is due to your conceit. The final 9 steps of the honing heavenly staircase are there to temper a person's arrogance. They must cast aside their arrogance and treat the heavenly Taoists with respect and gratitude. Then they will naturally feel the blessing of the heavenly Taoists. Water can carry a boat, but it can also drown it. To control the heavenly Taoists is like trying to stay afloat in the mighty waves. To be enemies with the heavenly Taoists and not receive their support, a single person will sooner or later drown beneath the turbulence. The heavenly Taoists do not specifically target anyone or specifically favor anyone. Your fate is in your own hands. It has nothing to do with the heavenly Taoists, said Luo Zichuan. Was that true? Long Chun felt lost. From the moment he had set foot in the cultivation world, he had been constantly targeted by heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulations were always different from other people's. Every single time, it was a tribulation that wanted to take his life. If anyone else said such words, he would definitely scoff at them. But these words were coming from Luo Zichuan, and they shook Long Chen. Think carefully. When you breathe, what power is it that is entering your body and helping you recover? Continued Luo Zichuan. An expression of disbelief appeared in Long Chen's eyes. With this one reminder, he instantly thought of something. In order to fight fairly with Luo Zichuan, since Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base, Long Chun also didn't use his astral power, nor did he immediately use the primal chaos space to recover from wounds. He thought that it was the primal chaos space's automatic healing abilities helping him recover. But with this reminder, he suddenly realized that it wasn't the primal chaos space. It was the power of the heavenly Taoists. It was heavenly Tao energy that helped him recover. Long Chun couldn't believe it. Long Chun raised his saber and slowly closed his eyes. His saber was an extension of his body that he used to sense this world. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. There was no sound. When he closed his eyes, he saw more. He saw Luo Zichuan's saber quivering according to a set rhythm. There were 8 most optimal attack angles based on that quivering. He saw the threads of violet qi as they circulated. In that instant, Long Chun had a feeling of absolute control. He was no longer viewing the world with his eyes, but through the angle of the heavenly Taoists. He could clearly sense it. It was unbelievable. Now Long Chun understood just how big the gap was between him and Luo Zichuan. Before this, he was like a blind man. Now he could finally see. That feeling simply couldn't be described with words. Suddenly, a streak of violet light flew straight toward Long Chen's head like a bolt of lightning. Luo Zichuan had actually launched a killing blow with no warning at all. Chapter 32:22 Saber Teller. Chapter 32:22 Saber Teller. Long Chun then sent his saber piercing forward. Sparks flew as the tips of 2 sabers collided. The tip was the sharpest part of the saber. To use such a small surface area to block an opponent's attack was crazy. If others were present, they wouldn't be able to believe it. Luo Zichuan attacked without any warning. Every time, Long Chun was forced to rely on his sense of danger and immense combat experience to tell where the attack was coming from. Sometimes, he was clearly grasping where the attack would land, but he wouldn't be able to tell what kind of path it would take. So he was always flustered when he blocked. This time, it was different. He was focused on sensing the world and saw a completely different world. He felt like this world was under his control. The moment Luo Zichuan attacked, Long Chen grasped the orbit of his attack, and the tip of his saber perfectly stopped him. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with a touch of praise in his violet eyes. Not bad. Conceit has its good points as well. Once you comprehend something, you won't doubt it. It can be said that you have grasped it. Only now did Long Chen understand that this grandfather of his had never wanted to kill him from the start. He had been using his own method to teach Long Chen what the Saber Dao was, and what the heavenly Daos were. If Luo Zichuan truly wanted to kill Long Chen, that last attack of his would have been impossible to dodge. Many thanks, family head. Long Chen put away his saber and bowed to Luo Zichuan. He was completely convinced by this terrifying grandfather of his. Today, he learned what it meant for there to be a heaven beyond the heavens. Thinking of how he had thought that he was unrivaled within the same realm, he had truly been as naive as a frog at the bottom of a well. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with mixed emotions. You're foolish sometimes, yet intelligent other times. You're wise sometimes, yet impetuous at others. You're a mix of contradictions. I see light in your eyes, but also darkness. There are too many variables on you that make people uneasy. To tell the truth, if it weren't for this saber, there's an 80% chance that I would have killed you. Are you still bothered by the bloodline problem? Long Chen's anger flowed once more. In the end, Luo Zichuan still didn't acknowledge him. Luo Zichuan nodded. Your violet blood has withered. I used my own violet chi to press you to the border of death, but your violet blood didn't react at all. No matter how great your talent, no matter how stunning your cultivation technique, without the violet blood, it still means nothing when it comes to the violet blood race. Do you know? If you had the violet blood, then as you grew, it would cause a resonance with the entire family's bloodline. On your own, you would be able to lead the entire Luo family to glory. This is the only chance of my Luo family rising before this time of peace comes to an end. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. His supreme blood was in Long Aoshan's body. He hadn't killed him on the martial heaven continent, leaving him alive as a tracker that could help Long Chen search for his father. If he did find Long Outyan later, he wondered if he could reclaim his supreme blood. Long Chen suddenly had a grand hope. He rejoiced that he hadn't directly killed Long Outyan back then. What does that have to do with your saber? Asked Long Chen. This saber was given to me by a mysterious saber teller. At that time, my Luo family was in crisis. I asked him what the price was, and his answer was that in the future, my descendant had to go find him. After obtaining this violet fern, I awakened my violet pupils and violet blood power. I defeated the enemies surrounding us, settling the internal and external troubles, stabilizing the Luo family. That person never appeared again, though. Even after all these years, there hasn't been the slightest trace of him. But when you entered the Luo family, Violet Fern let out a rumble. I knew that you are the descendant that the saber teller spoke of. A person must keep their promises. That saber teller allowed me to save the Luo family, so I naturally can't kill you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chun was astonished by this. There was actually such a story? Saber tellers. Long Chun had seen legends about them in the Academy's ancient texts. They bestowed precious sabers to people in urgent need and always forecast something that would occur. When that prophecy occurred, the saber teller would once more appear to fulfill the initial promise. Saber tellers were mysterious existences. There were many legends about them in history, but there were no true records about them. That was because saber tellers were related to the secrets of heaven and earth. Thus, they could not be recorded. What was known about them was simply their ability to give prophecies and that they would lend sabers. Their promises must be fulfilled, or calamity would descend. The saber, the Tao, the follower. To use the saber is to follow the Tao. No followers, no Tao, the heavens collapse. With followers, one with the Tao, the heavens at peace. This was the only true record regarding saber-tellers that he had read in those ancient texts. Everything else was just legend. Long Chun had always thought that those saber-tellers were nothing more than legends. After all, he refused to believe that there was really such a thing as prophecy in this world. Hence, he hadn't expected such a thing to actually occur to him. This saber-teller had come during Luo Zichuan's youth. At that time, Luo Zichuan hadn't reached the immortal king realm, nor had he married and had children. How did the saber-teller know that after so many years, a youth that ascended from the lower plane would come to the Luo family? That was all so bizarre that he couldn't possibly believe that it was a coincidence. Just how did Luo Zichuan know this? Would he make such a mistake? There was also no way that he would bother making up such a lie. Thus, Long Chun was bewildered. All right, since you are the one that the saber-teller forecast, that means that his prophecy has come true. I cannot kill you. Right now, I'm going to really start attacking. If you are killed now, that simply means that this is all a misunderstanding. I won't be holding back with the next attacks. Whether you live or die is up to how tough your life is. Luo Zichuan's saber rumbled and violet qi exploded out of it. After that, battle intent soared, and a sharp will locked onto Long Chun. Why do we have to keep fighting? Asked a startled Long Chun. Do you think that you've really comprehended the saber Dao? You're a long way off. If you want to be my grandson, you must have the power that I approve of. I will transmit my life's teachings to you. Comprehend it if you can. If you can't, you will be killed. Luo Zichuan once more became cold, his eyes emotionless. Then he'll ask the family head for some pointers. Long Chin's own battle intent soared. Against a powerful expert, he didn't get discouraged at all. He thirsted to get stronger. Kill! Luo Zichuan and Long Chun shouted at the same time. It was like two claps of thunder. One old and one young expert charged at each other. Chapter 32, 23 Perfection appears flawed. Chapter 32, 23 Perfection appears flawed. Boom. Long Chin and Luo Zichuan were both sent flying, both of them speckled with blood. But Long Chun had more blood on him. You still dare to hold back at this time? Do you want to die? Barked Luo Zichuan. If I kill you, I won't be able to face my mother. She's had a hard enough time. I can't add to her pain. Blood slowly dripped down Long Chin's body, but his aura remained in its strongest state. Fool, if you don't use your full power, how will you comprehend the true Saber Dao? Without comprehending the true Saber Dao, you will be cut down by others. With your power, even 10,000 of you won't be able to kill me. Keep holding back and I'll kill you. Rather than dying to someone else in the future, it would be better for you to die to my hands. Luo Zichuan's eyes began to grow brighter until they were like two violet suns. A violet sea appeared behind him. For the first time, Luo Zichuan summoned his manifestation. Violet qi filled the world, and a majestic bloodline power was unleashed. In that instant, Long Chun felt the surrounding space press down on him fiercely. It was as if Luo Zichuan had become the ruler of this space, and a single thought from him could kill Long Chin. Long Chun was shocked. Luo Zichuan had said that he would only use his power to the limit of the four-peak realm. Hence, Long Chun hadn't expected him to become so terrifying after activating his primal bloodline. Despite being in the four-peak realm, his aura was far more terrifying than late-stage divine lords. With Luo Zichuan's primal bloodline activated and his manifestation out, Long Chun felt an intense sense of danger. He knew that Luo Zichuan didn't want to kill him, but with him going all out, if Long Chun couldn't receive this attack, he would definitely die. Even Luo Zichuan himself wouldn't be able to stop it. Divine Ring. Battle Armor. A pillar of light exploded out of Long Chun, forcing back the violet qi. After that, a dragon roar resounded throughout this space, and the entire Luo family shuddered, its buildings creaking. In just a bit, cracks appeared in some buildings, and the Luo family's experts hastily activated the formations, protecting those buildings. Luo Changwu, Qin Feng, Su Zixiang, Bai Xiaola, Luo Bing, and the others all stared in shock in the direction of the honing heavenly staircase. They saw two pillars of light, one violet and one golden. They blasted away the clouds, piercing the firmament of the heavens and forming a giant vortex. It was even possible to see a twisted, starry river within that vortex. It's been so many years since I've seen the family head's manifestation. Back then, with a violet sea over his head and the violet fern in his hand, he killed those powerful experts until they collapsed and fled in terror. Countless elders of the Luo family grew emotional when they saw the violet light. They had followed Luo Zichuan in that battle back then. They felt like they had returned to that period. I didn't expect that the family head would personally instruct Long Chen. Even the three of us never got any pointers from him. Luo Changwu bitterly smiled. His memories of his father were rather vague, and he didn't recall his father ever hugging him. The number of times that he had seen him did not surpass 10. Luo Zichuan was mysterious and emotionless. Others respected and revered him, treating him like a god. Not one person was ever capable of analyzing his thoughts. However, Luo Zichuan was personally guiding Long Chen now. Furthermore, it had almost been 20 days. Looking at this scene, even Luo Changwu didn't know what exactly he was feeling inside. As their sabers collided, divine light raged. Their sabers were wrapped with heavenly Tao energy, unleashing giant saber images that made it look like enormous sabers were clashing. It was like a battle of gods. This was Long Chen's first time feeling so refreshed. He felt like he had limitless power, like Kunping swimming in the vast sea and soaring above the 9 heavens. He felt free. Boom. The two retreated at the same time. Luo Zichuan's violet qi returned within him, and Long Chen deactivated his battle armor. Long Chen was extremely grateful to Luo Zichuan, and he also felt great reverence for him. Luo Zichuan was definitely the strongest person Long Chen had met. His attainments of the Saber Dao seemed to have reached a kind of peak. The current Long Chen was a completely different person from before he had come to the Luo family. Thanks to Luo Zichuan's sharpening, he had turned from a dull blade to a divine blade, unleashing a brilliant light. The fight can end here. You have essentially comprehended 70% of my saber realm. The remaining 30% would only restrict you if I taught it to you. In that case, you would only ever become a second Luo Zichuan and never surpass me. Next, I will teach you some principles. Whether or not you can understand is up to yourself. Luo Zichuan sat lotus-style on the ground. Long Chen also respectfully sat in front of him, listening with rapt attention. You have comprehended the saber realm but have neglected saber techniques. This is unacceptable. Your mental realm is extremely high, and you've comprehended many principles. But great intellect has drawbacks. The honing heavenly stair has 99 steps, but you think that only the final 9 steps have any use. It's like a starving person who eats 50 buns just to feel full. He thinks that the 50th bun filled him, while neglecting the contribution of the first 49. Within the laws of heaven and earth, what is most important is progressing in the correct sequence. If your footsteps are too big, you will neglect many things. The most perfect things look as if they have flaws. Wisdom lies within small things. In the same principle, the major Daos lie within the minor Daos. By grasping the small things, it leads you to bigger and bigger things, until you can see the whole universe, said Luo Zichuan. Junior understands. Whether or not something has a use depends entirely on whether a person feels that it has a use or not. Long Chen nodded. Through this battle, he comprehended many things that he had previously neglected. As a heaven master, he understood countless principles. But after his battle with Luo Zichuan, he was completely ashamed of himself. Back then in the Tao discussion convention, he had brazenly said that everyone else was spouting nonsense. Now he felt like he was slapping his own face. Luo Zichuan was a true example of someone experienced with both theory and practice. Long Chen had walked many paths, but he was always looking forward, while neglecting his own footsteps. Although he stood at this height, he neglected his process of rushing over here. He had not taken the time to enjoy the scenery at every stop. Long Chen had always felt that memorizing saber techniques was weaker than fighting freely. If he had a technique, it would have a flaw. Only styleless forms lacked flaws. At least, that was what he had thought. However, Luo Zichuan had used himself to show him just how important proper technique was. Long Chen had not reached the realm of needing no form, but had tried to comprehend the essence of a formless form. It was the very picture of someone with a high standard but little ability. That was a grave taboo for a cultivator. He had actually been doing such a taboo without even realizing it. That was why Luo Zichuan scolded him as foolish. Now, Long Chun was fully convinced. Luo Zichuan nodded. Not bad. For you to be able to say such a thing means that you have truly understood. Other than that, let us discuss the heavenly Das. Do you know why the heavenly Das dislike you? Chapter 32:24 Going Down the Mountain. Chapter 32:24 Going Down the Mountain. Long Chun shook his head. He had always thought that the heavenly Das were targeting him and trying to get him killed. As for why, he really couldn't say. The heavens place great responsibility on people, but those people must first be tested. Their muscles might break, their stomachs are empty, and they turn into nothing but skin and bones. This struggle is what turns them into people capable of great power. All true experts have gone through their own struggles. For the heavenly Taoist to reject you, for the human Tao to bully you, it is the storm that rages across the plain, leaving only the tough grass. It is the fire that leaves behind only the true gold. The moment I saw you, I could sense that brutality deep in your inner heart. Although your eyes have been sealed, I can sense that terrifying dark energy. If you are allowed to grow, you will possess the power to destroy the entire world. In theory, you should be a divergent of heaven and earth, someone who should not exist in this world. Such an existence will face heavenly punishment and be wiped out. And yet, you are still alive. That means that you have great goodness in your heart, and the heavens will not kill you. But your heart also has great evil, so the heavenly Das desire to wipe you out. You are a combination of contradictions, so the heavenly Das have also become contradictory. Whether you are destroyed or not rests on the line between good and evil, said Luo Zichuan. Are you saying that the heavenly Das are not destroying me because I have good in my heart, but they don't like me because I have evil in my heart? But all people have good and evil in their hearts. Why are they targeting me? Asked Long Chun. Luo Zichuan nodded. That is the real question. But you shouldn't be asking me this question. You should ask yourself. Ask myself? Long Chun stared blankly. Suddenly, his heart jumped. Was it his status as a 9-star heir? Luo Zichuan stood up and turned his back to Long Chun, looking into the distance. He muttered, the current heavenly Das are no longer the old heavenly Das. There is a mysterious existence with supreme power affecting the neutrality of the heavenly Das. However, there is one thing that you must understand. The heavenly Das and the human Tao, they are all good and bad. Some people will harm you, and some will help you. You must be clear on which ones are enemies and which ones are friends. Don't view everyone around you as an enemy just because of the one enemy in front of you. Long Chun was shocked. Luo Zichuan had also seen something about him and was warning him. Was he saying that it was because of the 9 stars that Long Chun was targeted by the heavenly Das? However, at the same time as he was targeted, he also received a portion of the heavenly Das protection. He was not abandoned by the heavenly Das. It was just that he was constantly rejected by heavenly Tao energy. It was only now that Long Chun's thinking changed. Unfortunately, Luo Zichuan was being rather obscure with his words. He didn't say anything directly. Long Chun also didn't dare to be sure that his guess was correct. For you to use heavenly Tao energy will be 100 times more difficult than others. Today, you have only opened the door. You'll need to slowly comprehend and experience it yourself in the future, said Luo Zichuan. Junior understands, said Long Chun. Luo Zichuan had opened a door for Long Chun. This was a door to an entirely new world. So Long Chun had truly benefited immensely. You have too much power. Compared to the saber in your hand, you rely more on your own power. That is currently the area that you are lacking the most compared to me. The heavens have the laws of the heavens. All things have their own attributes. Hence, a saber is not just an extension of your body. It is the link connecting you to heaven and earth. However, I am unable to teach you such a thing. The only one who can teach you is yourself. If I tried to explain it with my saber, then after that teaching, only one of us would be alive. That would no longer be a lesson but a killing. You will need to rely on yourself to learn those things. But you also don't need to be in a rush. Right now, You don't even have a suitable saber for yourself. Perhaps one day it will find you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Qin instantly thought of Dragonbone Evil Moon. It had once been his most trusted companion. With it, perhaps Long Chun would be able to gain deeper insights into the saber Dao. When it came to the saber, his only technique right now was the first form of split the heavens. But in front of Luo Zichuan, Long Chun had no chance of unleashing it. Luo Zichuan's attacks were like a tempest, so big moves like that were a joke in front of him. There was no chance of unleashing it. Trying to would be no different than suicide. However, after this battle, Long Chun saw a new direction for split the heavens. He could change it, allowing heavenly Dao energy to merge into it, greatly shortening the cast time. He was looking forward to it. Long Chun stared at Luo Zichuan's back. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Grandfather, let's go. The food has been prepared." Luo Zichuan interrupted him. Just like that, he began descending the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chun followed him. Before this, he was always sent tumbling down. Now that he was walking down, he found that descending the mountain was even harder than climbing it. He found it difficult to control his own body. Life is like climbing one mountain after another. Beyond the mountain you see before you, there is always another mountain. But most people can only see what is right in front of them. Once they reach the peak of the mountain, they gaze into the distance and see an even larger mountain. To get there, you must ascend the mountain that you have climbed. Many people are only capable of climbing, but not descending. They do not realize that the descent is preparation for the next climb. Thus, countless people become dispirited and depressed when they descend the mountain. By the time the next mountain is in front of them, they have no more energy and are powerless to climb it. These valleys are the greatest trial in a person's life. Only when your Dao heart is steady while crossing these valleys can you make all your preparations for the climb. You have done well in this regard. No matter what kind of despair I forced you into, your Dao heart remained unshaken. That is something I was unable to achieve in my youth, said Luo Zichuan as he walked. Every single one of Luo Zichuan's words contained deep meaning, but Long Chun only wanted to ask where his mother was. He wasn't too interested in these words. "Grandfather, my mother." Luo Zichuan suddenly stopped. Long Chen was so frightened that he almost instinctively whipped out his saber. Without turning back, Luo Zichuan lightly said, "Do you not understand what climbing down the mountain means? Sometimes your path might look like it's leading you away from your target, but surprisingly, it is precisely the only correct path. You cannot tell your identity to anyone, including those uncles of yours, understood?" Understood. Long Chun helplessly nodded. Luo Zichuan truly was mysterious. Most of his words were vague. However, he understood that Luo Zichuan did not wish to talk about his mother. As for why, Luo Zichuan definitely had his reasons. For him to say this, he was essentially telling Long Chun not to mention this matter again. At the same time, the matter of him being his grandson was to be kept secret. Even his uncles were to be kept in the dark. Long Chun vaguely felt like there was something big that he didn't know going on. Chapter 32:25 Resolve Grudges. Chapter 32:25 Resolve Grudges. Long Chun and Luo Zichuan descended the mountain. The Luo family's experts had already started lining up and greeting them. When they saw Luo Zichuan, all their eyes shone brightly with a reverence that came from deep within their souls. The food had been prepared, and there were all kinds of piping hot delicacies. Luo Zichuan naturally sat at the head of the table, but Long Chun was seated directly to his left. Only then did the rest of the Luo family's experts come in and take their seats. On Luo Zichuan's left side was Long Chun, and on his right side was Luo Chongwu. The rest were all the main pillars of the Luo family. Amongst them was the Grand Elder, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Su Zixiang, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and the others also had a table. That was the only table for the youngsters at this feast. However, even once all the Luo family's experts came in, they simply stood beside the tables. Not one person dared to sit, let alone start moving their chopsticks. Luo Zichuan smiled. "Today, we have an important guest. This is no ordinary family feast, so there's no need to be constrained. Sit." Everyone sat. Bai Shaola cast a glance at Luo Ning and the others, meaning that he felt the Luo family's rules to be truly strict. Even eating couldn't be done casually. Although my Luo family might live in just some corner of the world, our wares are very luxurious. These foods are all high quality. You definitely won't be able to get the same food in the High Firmament Academy, said Luo Zichuan. He actually personally served Long Chun. Long Chun was overwhelmed with favor. As for Luo Changwu, he smiled as if relieved of a heavy weight. All his worry of the past few days was set aside. I haven't seen the family head smile in many years, said the Grand Elder with his own smile. Ha ha ha, it seems that you're not much better than me in that regard, laughed Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts laughed. The Grand Elder was famed for his strictness, so they could probably count the number of times that he had smiled in this lifetime with 2 hands. The Grand Elder had made great contributions to the Luo family. Having followed Luo Zichuan in his slaughter back then, he was the only surviving member of his 10 great generals. Within the entire Luo family, only the Grand Elder dared to speak like this to the family head. Other than Luo Bing and the others, the rest of the members that were qualified to come here were the backbone of the Luo family. Hence, if they weren't accompanying Qin Feng and the others, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the rest would not be qualified to come here. These elders saw that the family head was very happy. The atmosphere gradually grew warmer. Family head, I cannot express my thanks enough. This toast is for you. Long Chun stood and raised his cup to Luo Zichuan with both hands. He truly felt immense reverence for Luo Zichuan. In the past few days, under Luo Zichuan's guidance, he felt like he had been reforged. Good. Luo Zichuan raised his own cup. Even when it came to drinking wine, his movements were clean and easy. He'll raise this cup of wine to everyone. You've worked hard for the Luo family during these years. Zichuan thanks you, said Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts hastily stood. This toast made them all emotional. This encouragement from Luo Zichuan was the greatest recognition for them. He'll raise this 3rd cup to congratulate the Luo family on its new companion. From this day onward, Long Chen's matters are the Luo family's matters. Luo Zichuan once more raised his cup. Seeing this, Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, Su Zixiang, and Long Chen hastily drank. This cup was for them. After those 3 drinks, Luo Zichuan turned to Luo Changwu and patted him on the shoulder. The Luo family has been depending on you and Changwen all these years. You've done very well. I'm very satisfied. Luo Changwu was overwhelmed. It was the first time his father was treating him so closely. He hastily said, "It's all thanks to the family head's guidance. My big brother and I have only made meager contributions. The Luo family hasn't been all that outstanding lately. I cannot accept your praise. Every person has a different style for governing a family. I specialize in offense, not defense. In a chaotic world, I will guide the family to victory. But in a peaceful world, I can't do anything. The 2 of you have done very well in my eyes," said Luo Zichuan. "Many thanks for your praise, father." Luo Changwu was extremely emotional. It was his first time calling him father instead of family head. Luo Zichuan nodded. "I'm going out on a trip to resolve my grudges from all those years ago. He'll leave the family to the 2 of you." Luo Changwu was shocked out of his happiness. "You're going out?" But now, all the Luo family's experts jumped in shock. The Devil Sea had been exceptionally lively during this time. They might launch an incredibly strong attack at any moment. Moreover, the Chu family was also making some moves. Now the Luo family was surrounded by enemies. As the mental pillar of the Luo family, if Luo Zichuan left at this critical time, no one would have confidence. I was preparing to wait for this matter to settle before leaving, but I find that there's no need. I need to resolve that matter soon. The longer it drags on, the worse it will get. The Luo family will be left to you for now, said Luo Zichuan, looking at Luo Changwu and Long Chun. He smiled and then vanished from sight. Once Luo Zichuan left, Long Chun saw that the expressions of all the Luo family's experts grew solemn. Did the family head say anything to you about this? Luo Changwu turned to Long Chen. Long Chun shook his head. The family head didn't say anything about this. Luo Zichuan was truly an incomprehensible existence, leaving just like this with no warning or explanation. He was very mysterious with his matters. Long Chen had countless questions, but he was completely unable to see through this grandfather of his. The banquet instantly grew tense. Other than Su Zixiong and Bai Shaola, no one was in the mood to eat and drink. After the banquet, Long Chen told Luo Shui to take Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Su Zixiong to the Honing Heavenly Staircase. He also told Qin Feng that he had to bring the two of them to the 90th star. That was his mission. After entrusting that to Qin Feng, Long Chen wanted to see Luo Changwu, only to find that the Devil Sea had once more attacked, causing Luo Changwu to return to lead things. After that, Long Chen took a transportation formation back to the Devil Sea and found that there was a flood of sea demons charging onto the shore. But this attack wasn't as powerful as when he was here last time. The defenses were holding on easily. Long Chen came to the commander tower. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Changwu, the two of them stared at the endless Devil Sea. Luo Changwu sighed. I don't know if my father will be able to return this time. What? Long Chen was startled. Father only brought violet fern. He left its sheath to continue maintaining the Luo family's karmic luck. Thus, this time, Luo Changwu's voice quivered slightly. Long Chen felt a chill. He knew that something was out of the ordinary. Chapter 32, 26 Secret of the Violet Blood. Chapter 32, 26 Secret of the Violet Blood. The treasured saber violet fern was matched by its sheath. They were one set and complemented each other, so they had to be together to unleash their greatest power. However, Luo Zichuan had only brought the saber, not the sheath. That made Luo Changwu feel uneasy. Luo Zichuan had previously told him and his big brother that Violet Fern's sheath had the life teachings of his saber Dao. If something happened to him, those teachings must be transmitted to future generations. Hearing that, Long Chen was startled. Where did the family head go? Luo Changwu shook his head. Father never tells us what he's doing, but if my guess is correct, he has gone to that place. Where? Pressed Long Chen. Luo Changwu hesitated. In the end, he sighed and said, Father did say that you can be trusted. The Luo family doesn't need to keep any secrets from you. Fine, he'll tell you. This relates to the secrets of the Luo family. Luo Changwu told Long Chen a story that made his heart pound. The Luo family was originally the grand and famous violet blood race of ancient times, an existence on par with the Julie and Heavenly Eye races. Before each family head died, they would always transmit a secret that was kept from others. That secret was that the Luo family was nothing more than a tiny weak branch of the violet blood race. The true violet blood race was trapped in a danger zone. But before being trapped, they managed to send out a small group of their people with lower quality bloodlines. After that, those people ended up scattered throughout the immortal world. Many people in the immortal world possessed a trace of the violet blood race's bloodline. However, over time, that trace had been diluted to the point that it could be considered non-existent. Thus, the people from the violet blood race that had been sent out silently merged with the rest of the immortal world. As for the Luo family, it began with one of those people. For millions of years, they had one mission, and that was to save the violet blood race that was trapped in the danger zone. The crux to saving them was to restore their ancestral violet blood. According to Luo Zichuan, Luo Ningxuang was their only hope of saving the violet blood race. However, Luo Ningxuang rebelled against this, secretly going to the lower plane and having a child there. That was why Luo Zichuan was so infuriated that he imprisoned her. These were all secrets of the Luo family. The only ones who knew of them were Luo Zichuan, Luo Changwu, and Luo Changwen. Now there was a fourth person who knew of it. The reason why Luo Changwu told Long Chen these things was because he felt that since his father had elevated Long Chen to the most trustworthy position, there must be some deeper meaning. So while he hesitated, he still told him. Hearing this, Long Chen understood just why Luo Zichuan had such an urge to kill him. This truly was related to important matters. Luo Ningxuang was the only hope of the Luo family. As a result of an accident arising from many factors, a string of karma was formed and bound. Luo Zichuan was about to succeed in the mission that the Luo family had been entrusted to for millions of years, only for the stubbornness of a single woman to ruin all those efforts. How could he not be angry? Long Chun had truly hated Luo Zichuan at first. After learning all this, he could only bitterly smile. If he was Luo Zichuan, what would he do? I worry that my father is unable to wait that long and has gone there. Although his bloodline is the purest of the current Luo family and his power is unsurpassed, he has not reached the point of reviving the ancestral bloodline, nor has he awakened the violet blood divine abilities. I'm afraid, Senior is worrying too much. Someone as wise as the family head won't sacrifice a body that still has a use for no reason. The family said that he was going on a trip to resolve his old grudges. That doesn't necessarily refer to this matter. It's very likely his own personal grudges, said Long Chen. All he could do was comfort Luo Changwu. In truth, he was also very worried. But considering Luo Zichuan's wisdom, Long Chun didn't really believe that he would do such a foolish thing. He must have another reason for leaving. Furthermore, for him to tell Luo Changwu that Long Chun could be trusted to this extent, it was essentially entrusting the Luo family to him. Even so, Long Chun still didn't have a good feeling. The fact that Luo Zichuan had transmitted his life's teachings to him probably wasn't a good omen. However, he had already gone. Luo Changwu didn't even know where the danger zone that the violet blood race was trapped in was, so panic and worry wouldn't have any use. If my mother made a mistake, I will take care of it. I need to find Long Outyin and see if I can restore my violet blood. Just as Long Chun had this thought, he had another thought. If he restored his violet blood, what would happen to his dragon blood? Would they clash? Long Chun felt a headache. The matter of the Luo family was too complicated. It wasn't something that he could figure out now, so he could only take things step by step. Fortunately, he felt that someone with Luo Zichuan's wisdom wouldn't put his mother in any real danger. That made him temporarily at ease. Senior, said Long Chun. Don't call me Senior. It would make us feel distant. I'm only a bit older than you. You can call me Big Brother, said Luo Changwu. What? If the seniority was messed up to that extent, wouldn't his mother beat him? Long Chen hastily said, I feel like Martial Uncle would be best. Actually, Long Chun should call him Uncle. But at least this way, the seniority was not a mess. Martial Uncle, since the family head trusts me to this extent, I must treat the Luo family as my own family. So let us talk frankly. I wish to know exactly how strong the Luo family is, said Long Chun. Luo Changwu said, I'm ashamed to say it, but our Luo family has always been dependent on Father. He is the only immortal king. Including myself and my big brother, there are 11 peak divine lords with awakened primal bloodlines. But even after so many years, none of us are able to take the final step. If Junior Sister was present, with her talent, she would have long since reached the immortal king realm. With 2 immortal kings, Father probably wouldn't have it so tough. Luo Changwu was ashamed. He and his brother wished to share his father's burden and step into the immortal king realm. Unfortunately, the barrier to that realm was like a heavenly chasm that firmly blocked them, not allowing them to see any hope of crossing it. The Luo family had 11 primal divine lords, 500 ordinary divine lords, and 46 four-peak primals. In truth, that foundation was very powerful. Outsiders were unaware of just how many primals they had. To the outside world, the Luo family had no primal divine lords and only had 6 four-peak primals such as Luo Shui and Luo Qing. The rest were kept hidden. However, 4-peak primals in the heavenly swell domain had great difficulty maintaining their primal bloodlines when attacking the divine lord realm. Only a few were able to luckily maintain their primal bloodlines. As for Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen, the reason that they were able to maintain their primal bloodline was because Luo Zichuan had protected them. It was said that Luo Zichuan had paid quite the price for that. Martial Uncle, pick out 600 elite disciples. It'll help them awaken their primal bloodlines, said Long Chen. What? Luo Changwu jumped in shock. He didn't dare to believe his ears. Chapter 32:27 Would Foundation Divine Arrow. Chapter 32:27 Would Foundation Divine Arrow. Martial Uncle, the family head has shown me his kindness. I naturally must repay him. I have a method to stimulate people's primal bloodlines, but you must keep this method secret. In the entire immortal world, you are the only one who knows this secret, said Long Chun solemnly. His mother had caused the Luo family to lose the chance that they had been waiting millions of years for. Also, Luo Zichuan had now left, and it was unknown just whether or not he would return. Hence, Long Chun felt like he and his mother owed the Luo family. If he wanted to repay them, then he had over 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He was prepared to create 600 primals for the Luo family. Hearing this, even someone like Luo Changwu was shaken. A technique to activate a person's primal bloodline? What kind of heaven-defying ability was that? Seeing how solemn Long Chun was being, he knew that this was an absolute secret. If the rest of the immortal world were to learn of this, there would be no escaping his death. I understand. At most, I will tell this matter to my big brother. There will be no problem with its secrecy, promised Luo Changwu. Long Chun nodded and took out 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He then gave them to Luo Changwu. Martial uncle, they'll leave you to pick the people. What's important isn't aptitude but strong willpower and perseverance. Luo Changwu accepted the fruit with disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming, unable to imagine how this fruit could create primals. Long Chen had Luo Changwu handle things, while he took over the commander tower. Luo Changwu wasn't entirely at ease, so he sent the Grand Elder to help Long Chen. With the Grand Elder present, Long Chen chose to sit to the side and meditate. He wished to carefully comprehend the teachings that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Luo Zichuan's saber Dao appeared to be all mixed up and chaotic. Occasionally, a blow came in one style, and then another blow came in a different style. In truth, all those styles had long since been trained until they were ingrained within him. By using this method, he showed Long Chun just how important it was to have many techniques. All techniques had their own flaws, but the important point was whether or not your opponent could grasp those flaws. In all these years, Long Chun had always followed a free style. He simply fought as he pleased, and he thought that he had reached the top level in this realm. Only now did he realize that he was still dithering outside the door to this realm. He was like someone who didn't understand the slightest bit about the martial Dao trying to fight others. His random moves might be difficult for others to block. However, when he fought a true expert, he came to realize just how much he was lacking. He had to take things step by step. If he truly wanted a free, formless style, then he had to first learn many techniques. Without entering the first realm, how could he skip to the formless realm? If he hadn't encountered a masterful teacher like Luo Zichuan, he would still be lost. Now that he had broken his bias toward learning those techniques, it was time to start studying them. He had to find his own style of the Saber Dao. Time passed bit by bit. The Luo family led the Ying Prefecture's experts in repelling the waves of sea demons. Finally, the Devil Sea grew calm once again, and the battlefield was cleaned up. All the corpses were naturally handed to Long Chen. Mountains of them were then sent into the primal chaos space. Right now, the wood foundation divine trees were no longer growing taller, but they were getting thicker and thicker. From 30 meters thick, they had grown to 300 meters. After reaching a width of 300 meters, Long Chun found that their wood was even harder than metal. Moreover, their weight was not inferior to iron, and their toughness was astonishing. The wood of the wood foundation divine trees was perfect for creating spears, bows, and arrows. It was both tough and hard, extremely valuable. They hadn't even reached full maturity yet, but already possessed such toughness. It was truly shocking, very worthy of being a legendary tree. Long Chen then cut off a branch the width of an arm, and it took him quite a bit of work to fletch it into an arrow. He couldn't help sighing over it. This was a natural divine arrow. Wooden arrows were the easiest arrows to conceal within heaven and earth as they pierced toward their target. They didn't make much noise and were harder to sense. They might be even more effective than those noiseless arrows. Long Chun took out a bow and stood atop the commander tower. Overlooking the battlefield, he suddenly raised his bow. With a snap of the bowstring, that arrow vanished from sight. The arrow whistled through the air, and a rain of blood fell. After that, a black-robed figure fell from the sky, his head pierced by the arrow. He was already dead. An assassin from the Bloodkill Hall? Startled cries rang out. That was a divine lord, and he was already dead. But the remnants of his blood chi were astonishing. He must be a primal. Another heavenly Dao fruit falls into my hands. Long Chen smiled. The wood foundation divine trees were truly spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Using them to make arrows, with no arrowhead, the arrow pierced through the air, silent and invisible. Adding on his own archery technique, that assassin that was hidden in the void couldn't even make a sound before being killed. Just now, Long Chen suddenly sensed a faint aura that seemed like it wasn't even there. If it was before, even if he could sense it, he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the location. This was an expert skilled in concealing himself. However, the current Long Chen was no longer the old Long Chen. Through Luo Zichuan's training, he could control the power of heaven and earth. Through that, he was easily able to grasp the assassin's location. Before this, Long Chen could only pinpoint the assassin's location if the assassin got close or attacked. Now, with the aid of heavenly Tao energy, his divine sense was one with the world. He could see further and clearer. According to Luo Zichuan, it was much more difficult for Long Chen to use heavenly Tao energy, but he naturally had sharp senses. Just by borrowing the slightest heavenly Tao energy, he was like a tiger with wings. The assassin whose clone had disguised itself as the Grand Elder had been hidden too far away for Long Chen to sense back then. But now, Long Chen definitely would be able to find him. After all, not everyone was as terrifying as Luo Zichuan. Although Long Chen had taken a blow during his fight against Luo Zichuan, it didn't cause his confidence to falter. That was precisely the part that Luo Zichuan had praised him for. There were a total of 3. The other 2 ran. Long Chen indicated for everyone not to panic. In truth, he had only been trying to scare off those 3 dislikable fellows. He hadn't expected this random arrow to actually kill one. Who would have thought that the arrows made from the wood foundation divine trees would be so terrifying? They passed through the air silently. It seemed that the records he had read in the academy couldn't be entirely trusted. What he was unaware of was that those records were all accurate. It was simply that the wood foundation divine trees also came in their own levels. Only low-grade ones that couldn't bear fruit were used to make arrows. Those that could bear fruit were all high-grade. Normally, people were unwilling to damage even the smallest piece of bark from them, afraid that this would affect their ability to reproduce. Who would turn them into arrows? Long Chen's method was a complete waste of a natural treasure. If others knew that he had cut off a branch the size of an arm to turn into an arrow instead of a spear, they would definitely curse him to death for being so wasteful. Long Chen had now seen how terrifying the wood foundation divine trees were. Currently, they weren't even fully grown. If they were allowed to mature, how terrifying would be. It seemed that their entire body was a treasure. Long Chen. It actually was true. When Long Chen returned to the Luo family, Luo Changwu was there. His voice quivered when he saw Long Chen. Chapter 32:28 Sword pointed at the Chu family. Chapter 32:28 Sword pointed at the Chu family. Long Chen was brought to a secret underground world beneath the Luo family's territory. This was their most hidden place. There were layers of protective formations here, and the spiritual qi was incredibly dense. At this moment, Long Chen saw 600 warriors of the Luo family here, their eyes filled with emotions. Some of them had more, some of them had less, but within all of their eyes, Long Chen saw a trace of violet blood. However, there were no violet pupils. Violet pupils were the mark of their violet blood, reaching a certain density. In all the generations of the Luo family, only Luo Zichuan had awakened violet pupils, and that was only because of violet fern. Even so, Luo Changwu was incredibly excited. Those disciples had all become primals. He felt like he was in a dream. This fruit was absolutely heaven-defying. Long Chen then saw Luo Bing and Luo Ning amongst them. He waved at them. They were unaware that the fruit they had eaten had come from Long Chen. Luo Changwu classified this matter as the highest-level secret of the Luo family. Except for Luo Bing and Luo Ning, the other disciples would become the hidden power of the Luo family. They would not be allowed out of this underground space lightly. If the rest of the world were to learn that the Luo family had produced 600 primals overnight, they would be in danger. At this moment, Luo Changwu and Long Chen returned to the surface. However, Luo Changhwa's excitement had yet to fade. Long Chen, you are the greatest benefactor of the Luo family. You're too courteous. I am the one who received great kindness from the Luo family, said Long Chun with a smile. Of course he owed the Luo family. Without the Luo family, how could he have come to exist? Long Chun continued, the family head is no longer present, and we are surrounded by enemies. We cannot continue like this. As for myself, I cannot stay in the Luo family forever. I hope to resolve this problem soon so that I can return to the academy. Resolve it? What do you mean? Asked Luo Changwu. I mean, let us pluck out the Chu family by the roots and have them vanish from this world, said Long Chen. Luo Changwu jumped in shock. That's difficult. The Chu family has a half-step immortal king. Furthermore, they worship Lord Brahma's divine statue. If they use that faith energy, that expert's power will rival an immortal king. Furthermore, the Chu family has plenty of experts. It's unknown just how many of them are being raised in secret. They are all Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight's followers. Once they draw on the power of their gods, their power soars. If we fight against them directly, we won't have an advantage. Most importantly, Father isn't present. We don't have the power to fight them like that. If their higher-ups were to learn that Father is no longer present, it would be the Luo family that is in danger of being destroyed. The Luo family and the Chu family were mortal enemies. They all dreamed of eliminating the other. However, both sides were evenly matched. Without assurance, no one wanted to take the risk of attacking the other. Long Chun shook his head. This is no solution. The Chu family definitely has some secret methods for drawing the Devil Sea demons to the Ying prefecture. With the Chu family also in a position to attack, the Luo family had no choice but to split their attention. You are in a constant tense state. Maintaining that state would make anyone weary over time. The other aspect is that as you lead the Ying prefecture's experts against the sea demons, although you won every time, there are always some losses. Such constant invasions will slowly grind you down. It doesn't matter whether it is the Luo family or the other forces of the Ying prefecture, they won't be able to endure forever. If the birth of new geniuses doesn't keep up with the losses, people will naturally get nervous. As time passes, their morale starts to fall. Then when the Chu family adds some more mental warfare, you will crack from the inside, and the Luo family will have no chance of turning things around. Luo Changwu sighed. I've also thought of all of that, but there is no good way to deal with any of it. However, now we have 600 more primals. Once they grow up, there's no need for them to even reach the Divine Lord realm. Just the peak of the 4-peak realm will be enough for us to trample the Chu family. It won't take too long, maybe 2 or at most 3 years. We've been waiting for so many years. We're not missing 2 or 3. Long Chun bitterly smiled. This uncle of his was just as Luo Zichuan said. He was focused on defense, not offense. He always did things steadily, without taking risks. Martial uncle, my character is a bit like the family heads. It can be said that in my life, if I'm not attacking, I'm on the road to attacking. Defense isn't my specialty, but I do have a sharp nose for conflict. Don't you feel that the Chu family's mischief this time is very sudden? You mean? Let's think logically. The Chu family suffered setbacks in the High Firmament Academy. Their 4 primal disciples were slain by me in the 9 Prefecture Convention. I used heavenly tribulation to kill so many of the Bloodkill Hall's experts, and countless sects disbanded overnight as a result. Logically, now is not the time for them to make such a move. They should be quietly waiting and watching. Isn't it unnatural for them to provoke the Luo family at this time? Now that you say this, it is a bit strange, said Luo Changwu, feeling startled. Long Chun continued, thus, there must be something we don't know. Although we don't know what it is, my intuition tells me that the more we hesitate, the more danger there will be. Since you wish to be conservative, how about we launch a sneak attack as a probing blow to see the real situation in the Chu family? What kind of probing blow? Asked Luo Changwu. I wish to know, how is Uncle Wen's power compared to yours? Asked Long Chun. Big brother is a bit stronger than me. It is said that he has touched the barrier, said Luo Changwu. Luo Chengwen's realm was a bit higher than his. But just touching the barrier didn't mean that he could progress to the next step. Touching the barrier was equivalent to seeing the path ahead. However, there was still a heavenly chasm blocking that path, and if it couldn't be walked through, it still meant nothing in the end. All right. It'll take a few days for me to refine some medicinal pills. Once you and the other peak primal divine lords of the Luo family consume these pills, you will all possess the power of half-step immortal kings, said Long Chen. What medicinal pill is so amazing? Luo Changwu jumped in shock. Long Chen smiled. You'll know when the time comes. So, can we try this? If you really can refine a pill like this, we definitely can try probing the truth about the Chu family, said Luo Changwu. He was very moved. He was growing more and more shocked when it came to Long Chen. All right, I'll borrow the precious land of the family head to refine pills in. That's no problem, right? Naturally, it is no problem. Then it's decided. First tell Uncle One about this, and wait for my good news, said Long Chen. After saying this, he headed toward the honing heavenly staircase. Staring at his departing figure, Luo Changwu sighed deeply. Long Chen had truly stunned him. He was a very terrifying youngster. Fortunately, he was a friend of the Luo family. After this, Long Chen smiled a bit sinisterly. What probing blow? Who has time to play with them? We're going to play big. The pitiable Luo Changwu still had no idea that he had been conned by his nephew. In Long Chen's eyes, there was no such thing as a probing blow. If he were to launch an attack, it would be to end things once and for all. Chapter 32-29, Collective Honing. Chapter 32-29, Collective Honing. Su Zixiang coughed up blood. He was at the 79th stair and was sent flying back, unable to reach the 80th step. Hence, Su Zixiang was tumbling down the stairs. On the 60th step, Bai Shaola hastily got out of his way. Just like that, Su Zixiang was sent flying past him, landing on the ground, his body almost deformed. Bai Shaola quivered. Su Zixiang was truly ruthless. He had tried over 10 times, only to end up in this miserable state every time. But he never gave up. Bai Shaola then looked up to see Qin Feng at the 90th stair. The latter stayed in his position for a long moment before suddenly raising his leg to the 91st stair. As a result, with a grunt, he was sent flying down just like Su Zixiang. Originally, Su Zixiang was just lying there like a dead dog. But when he heard that sound, he used all his power to roll to the side. Qin Feng flew right by him, bouncing off the ground and heading toward a boulder. However, that boulder already had a large notch in it, so he simply slid through that path instead of smashing into it. Seeing Su Zixiang and Qin Feng's states, Bai Shaola got goosebumps. This was too ruthless. He had previously felt resentment toward his father for the beatings, but now, he no longer hated his father. Seeing Qin Feng treat him even more ruthlessly, his father's methods no longer seemed all that ruthless. Su Zixiang had originally only reached the 49th step, but when he saw Qin Feng charging up as if his life was on the line, he was also affected and started trying to draw out his potential. In these few days, Su Zixiang had started to awaken his slumbering primal bloodline thanks to the honing and his own efforts. He was aware of how his power was soaring with every step he could progress. This daily improvement shocked him, and he himself didn't quite dare to believe it. You should take a rest. Don't kill yourself. Qin Feng got up, covered in blood. His face had many cuts on it from smashing into the staircase, but he was still lively. This honing heavenly staircase was practically a priceless treasure. Qin Feng wasn't worried about himself, but he did worry about Su Zixiang. After all, the latter had just started to awaken his primal bloodline. If he overestimated himself, he would injure his body. Going too far was just as bad as not going far enough. Brother Feng, I can still hold on. You can continue. Don't let me hold you up, said Su Zixiang, struggling to stand. His face also bloody. Don't use up all your willpower in one go. Perseverance is even more important than explosive power. After all, you'll have many chances to fight as if your life depends on it. Take things step by step, urged Qin Feng. He then charged up the honing heavenly staircase once more. With Qin Feng already going up, Su Zixiang adjusted his condition and also went up. Qin Feng quickly reached Bai Shaola's position. Seeing Bai Shaola's expression, Qin Feng couldn't help smiling. You aren't a body cultivator, so the honing heavenly staircase will be harder for you to climb. There's no need to compare yourself to us. We don't have that talent of yours, so we have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. There is nothing to compare here. Calmly try to comprehend the power of the heavenly Das, said Qin Feng. Bai Shaola nodded. He was afraid that others would look down on him. Hence, Qin Feng's words made him feel better. The Luo family's honing heavenly staircase was usually only open for the Luo family's disciples. It was used to activate their violet blood, so it had high requirements for a person's physical body. On the other hand, Bai Shaola's physical body was weak. For him to have climbed up until here was quite astonishing. Su Zixiong also quickly passed him, leaving Bai Shaola in last place again. Clenching his teeth, Bai Shaola stepped toward the next stair. As a result, as soon as his foot landed on it, a powerful current struck him. Startled, Bai Shaola tried to stabilize himself, but he couldn't stop his body from falling back. In that instant, he felt like his heart had stopped beating. If he fell like those two, then with his physical body, he would be crushed. Just as he panicked, a hand pressed onto his shoulder, stabilizing Bai Shaola's tilting body instantly. He turned back and cried out, "Boss!" The one who had come was Long Chen. Long Chen smiled at him. "Not bad. You actually reached this level. It's beyond my expectations." Hearing that praise, Bai Shaola was delighted. Long Chen's praise was a supreme glory to him. However, don't use your body to forcibly climb. The honing heavenly staircase is filled with profundities. Try to sense the spatial energy here and corroborate your own spatial energy with this place. It's not a case of the higher you climb, the greater your gains. You have to comprehend the experience as well. This will increase your comprehension of spatial energy, said Long Chen. Yes, boss. I understand, said Bai Shaola. Long Chen nodded. Although Bai Shaola was a bit foolish and childish, when he needed willpower and perseverance, he could bring them out. He wasn't afraid of suffering hardship. Combining this trait with his good talent, he would definitely grow up into a capable person. Long Chen quickly reached the 80th stair. Su Zixiong had just charged up to that stair, and in the face of that terrifying pressure, he was kneeling on the ground. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder as encouragement. This fellow had started to transform. A good start was very important. In just a few days, Su Zixiong's aura had completely changed, and that showed that he truly had the determination to get stronger. When Long Chen reached the 91st stair, Qin Feng had just managed to stabilize himself there. He was standing tall. Long Chen was also proud of him. Every Dragon Blood warrior was outstanding. Qin Feng had actually figured out the crux of the honing heavenly staircase. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth to resist its pressure. Although it was just the slightest trace, it was what allowed him to stand here. It had to be known that Luo Zichuan had sent Long Chen tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase many times, and Long Chen was still like an oaf charging up, forcibly resisting the power of the honing heavenly staircase. Using Luo Zichuan's words, there was no cure for his foolishness. Teaching people to get closer to the heavenly Daos was the most important use of the honing heavenly staircase. According to reason, someone who couldn't use heavenly Dao energy couldn't reach the peak. It was like a lake. If you wanted to cross it, you had to know how to swim. However, Long Chen was a marvel who managed to take a single deep breath and walk across the bottom of the lake to reach the other shore. Although Luo Zichuan scolded him for being foolish, he was also quite shocked by that accomplishment. Long Chen was the first person in history to break that rule. However, Qin Feng didn't have that power, so he had to figure out how to cross properly. As a result, he could comprehend this method faster than Long Chen. Furthermore, he wasn't rejected by the heavenly Das. That was his advantage. Long Chen could also see that the 91st stair was essentially Qin Feng's limit. His chance of getting to the 92nd stair was very low. After all, his realm wasn't high enough. Long Chen reached the peak. The stone hut was still there, but Luo Zichuan had vanished. For some reason, Long Chen felt a bit lost. Although Luo Zichuan was strict, he was definitely one of the people that he respected the most. Long Chen sorted out his emotions and calmed down. After that, he took out his pill furnace and the medicinal ingredients. Just as he was preparing to refine pills, some heat came from his left eye. After that, the void shuddered and a black-robed girl appeared in front of him. Big Brother Long Chen. Chapter 32, 30 Preparing for Battle. Chapter 32, 30 Preparing for Battle. Lay Linger. Long Chun almost didn't dare to believe his eyes when he saw the girl in front of him. Lay Linger had been born with violet clothes. However, now she was wearing black robes, and her pupils were as black as ink, seemingly containing boundless destructive power. Big brother, hug? When Lay Linger extended her hands, two cute dimples appeared on her adorable face. Seeing this, Long Chun laughed and hugged her. The current Lay Linger was growing more and more like a human. Even her emotions were expressed on her face. On the martial heaven continent, although Lay Linger had been able to transform and was close to Long Chun, she somehow had given him a reserved feeling that was different from Hua Linger's enthusiasm. Fortunately, in the immortal world, she was growing more spiritual. Also, since Lay Linger and Hua Linger were both personally raised by Long Chun had a great deal of sentiment and affection for them. Big brother Long Chun, I've fully absorbed the energy of the Black Lightning. I can help you beat bad people now. Lay Linger raised her fist and laughed. Long Chun looked into her eyes. There was sword light flickering deep within them now. Long Chun felt a chill. Even now, Long Chun still felt some fear toward those Black Lightning swords. After all, they had almost killed him. Now that Lay Linger had absorbed them, she was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hence, Long Chun felt his spirits lift. As expected, fortune was found in danger. Lay Linger had transformed again. She had naturally comprehended lightning techniques on the martial heaven continent. And here in the immortal world, she could still unleash them. She could also come up with her own techniques based on her power. Since this was the case, she would become another powerful trump card for Long Chun. Most terrifying of all, she no longer needed to depend on him and was entirely capable of fighting on her own. Just then, Long Chun's arm shook and a flame dragon also jumped out, coiling around Lay Linger. Hee, don't worry, you'll transform soon too. We can then help Big Brother beat up bad people together, declared Lay Linger, comforting Lay Linger, protect me. We're going to refine pills. With Lay Linger here, Long Chun felt much steadier. He opened the pill furnace and started refining medicinal powders. When all the medicinal powders were poured into the furnace, Long wrapped around the pill furnace, lighting up its runes. As time passed, the pill furnace began to tremble, along with the entire mountain peak. Long Chun pressed his hand against the pill furnace. His spiritual strength wrapped around it, sealing it tightly until the immense power inside of it could not escape. The pill furnace then quivered, as if a beast was trying to break free. Boom! The ground shuddered intensely. After that, Long Chun sighed and opened the lid. A pile of broken fragments were present inside. The medicinal fragrance then assaulted his nose, but the pill was nowhere to be found. The third-tier explosive blood pill must be a giant pill in order to be effective for Divine Lords. Furthermore, it must reach the level of a treasure pill. After not refining pills for so long, my technique is rusty. Also, it truly is difficult to refine a giant explosive blood pill. Long Chun shook his head. If it was an ordinary explosive blood pill, then Long Chun would have no problem refining one on the level of a treasure pill. With his skill, a single furnace of pills might end up having 1 or 2 top-grade treasure pills. However, turning 9 pills into one giant pill, while also maintaining its quality, was truly difficult. Ever since he entered the immortal world, Long Chun rarely refined pills. It was always Hualong and the moon and star refining furnace helping him refine them. Long Chun sat for a while, and then continued refining pills. After failing 7 times, he was starting to feel dejected. This was truly difficult. Long Chun stood and paced around for a while. Suddenly, he eyed the stone hut. Having a sudden thought, he walked toward it. The stone hut was very simple. Other than a stone couch, there was nothing else. But upon getting closer, he saw a mural carved into the wall. The mural depicted 9 star clouds surrounding one giant star. Around the star clouds were 4 giant black figures. It was unclear what they were, but they seemed like 4 terrifying beasts wishing to devour the entire world. The mural was very messy, almost like a child's graffiti. Yet within these messy lines, countless profound mysteries seemed to be hidden. Long Chun was unable to understand many of those lines. He was only able to see the 9-star clouds, the giant star, and those unclear black figures. Looking more closely, he suddenly noticed that there was a single black within the 9-star clouds of the immortal world. This seemed to be a specific mark. This mark wasn't something that he could read. However, he could clearly tell that this mark was not part of the original mural. It was added afterward. It was clearly different from the other lines. Could it be that this is where the violet blood race is trapped? Long Chen's heart shook. He felt like he was staring at something he wasn't supposed to see. Luo Zichuan's residence was not a place that others could come to. The main thing was that no one else was capable of climbing the Honing heavenly staircase. Most likely, this secret was something only Long Chun and Luo Zichuan knew of. Even Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen were in the dark about it. The immortal world was enormous, and the knowledge he knew was like a drop in the ocean. Regretfully, there were many ancient tomes in the High Firmament Academy that he could not read without reaching a high enough realm. After seeing this map, Long Chun felt like the immortal world was truly hiding far too many secrets. He truly had a long path to walk. After settling his emotions, Long Chun left the stone hut and once more started refining pills. After failing 2 more times, he finally succeeded. A pill the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of Long Chun. Light flowed around it, and it thrummed with life energy as if it was alive. I suppose it can count as a success. Long Chun sighed deeply. This was a top-grade 3rd-tier giant treasure pill. If sold, its value would be incalculable. Lay Linger, nourish it with some thunder force and expel the remaining impurities. But be careful. Long Chun passed the giant pill to Lay Linger. In the mortal world, Lay Linger had helped Long Chun by using tribulation lightning on the pills that he refined, giving them a baptism to turn them into tribulation pills. However, in the immortal world, only 6th-tier pills and above were qualified to undergo tribulation. The 6th-tier pills were for mighty world kings. It was said that once a pill reached the 6th tier, it would possess its own spirituality, its own spirit. It needed to obtain the recognition of heaven and earth to exist in the world. That was why they needed to undergo tribulation. However, it was different for Long Chen. Now that Lei Linger had transformed, she was capable of using Thunder Force to expel the remaining impurities in medicinal pills and leave a lightning mark within them. Such a pill had essentially obtained the recognition of the heavenly Daos, allowing it to unleash its peak medicinal effect. To put it frankly, this was a way to cheat the heavens. However, as long as the heavens didn't find out, it didn't matter. Before this, Long Chen truly wouldn't have dared to have Lei Linger nourish them. But it was different now. Nourishing pills would be no problem for her. Long Chun continued to refine pills, and he failed twice more before succeeding again. He then found the feeling, succeeding in the refinement 7 times in a row. Afterward, he failed and succeeded in succession. In total, he refined 11 top-grade giant pills. These were for the Luo family's 11 primal divine lords. After that, he refined over 500 ordinary explosive blood pills. Although they weren't giant pills, they were still of treasure grade. He then descended the mountain and went to see Luo Changwu. "Martial uncle, help me gather some people. I want to fletch some wood arrows." Chapter 32-31 Descending upon the Shang Prefecture. Chapter 32-31 Descending upon the Shang Prefecture. When the craftsman saw Long Chun take out a branch of wood that was 3 feet thick and 300 miles long, they were completely dumbfounded. The arrows that they crafted were always made of high-quality metal, not wood. However, when they examined this wood, they found that it was harder than metal, causing them to jump. Even Luo Changwu was stunned. Although he had read many books, he didn't recognize this wood. He had never seen such tough wood. This piece of wood was actually only from a branch. If it was the trunk, then it would be even tougher. But Long Chun was unwilling to sacrifice a wood foundation divine tree. This branch was already enough to make hundreds of thousands of arrows. However, this wood was so tough that turning them into arrows would take quite a bit of labor. Long Chen definitely couldn't afford to waste so much time on that. Fortunately, these craftsmen were very capable. They quickly found suitable tools to fletch the wood, turning this branch into as many arrows as possible while wasting as little as they could. When the first arrow was done, Long Chun took out his bow and shot the arrow. It instantly vanished, and an explosion occurred in the distance. It had struck a thick metal shield, blasting it apart. "What a sharp arrow!" exclaimed Luo Changwu. It was his first time seeing an arrow with such terrifying power. Most importantly, it vanished from sight as soon as it left the bowstring and didn't make any sound. It was as if it had merged into space, becoming impossible to track. This still isn't too great. If it was a wood element expert who shot it, it would be even sharper, and the arrow would contain their wood energy. That energy will instantly explode when the arrow strikes its target. Even if the opponent is another wood cultivator, they won't necessarily be able to block it, said Long Chun with a smile. Of course, these arrows were extraordinary. They were from a branch of the Wood Foundation Divine Tree and contained powerful wood energy. Hearing that, Luo Changwu immediately found some wood element experts. Long Chun was surprised that they actually used a human target to test it. At this moment, an arrow was shot into the shoulder of a divine lord. As a result, that divine lord's body instantly stiffened. His body became covered in a bark-like pattern, and he was unable to move. When the arrow was plucked out, the wood cultivators tried to heal him. They then spent a full hour working on him before he was fully recovered. This terrifying arrow shocked and delighted the Luo family's experts. "Martial uncle, you should gather 300 wood element archers. Even if they aren't that skilled in archery, in a large-scale battle, they can close their eyes and randomly shoot, and they'll still hit a few. These archers will be what we use for our sneak attack. After they're done, we'll retreat. Their power doesn't really matter as long as they can shoot," said Long Chen. "That's no problem. With our years of fighting the sea demons, almost everyone in the Luo family has practiced their archery. Although they're not necessarily divine archers, they have some skill in this regard. Picking out 300 elites will be no problem," said Luo Changwu confidently. Long Chun had already handed him the pills. This was Luo Changhwa's first time seeing a giant treasure pill. After being nourished by Lei Linger, these pills had almost no flaws at all. Just by holding them in his hand, Luo Changwu felt his violet blood starting to surge. The power of these pills was terrifying. Originally, he was still a bit worried, but these arrows and pills made him fully confident. With these arrows, 4 peak disciples could easily slay divine lords. After 3 days of preparation, they were ready to leave. Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Su Zixiong also came with them. After the tempering of the honing heavenly staircase, it was as if they had been transformed. Su Zixiong in particular appeared different. His gaze was sharper. Luo Changwu led a group of the Luo family's experts along with 300 elite archers. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing were also present. The Luo family didn't intend on hiding them. After gathering, they secretly went through a transportation formation. When they came out, there were already people waiting for them. "Greetings, Uncle One." Long Chun hastily bowed toward the head of this group. This person looked very similar to Luo Changwu, but he appeared even steadier than him. He was Long Chun's uncle, Luo Changwen. "Changwu has already told me about your matters. We are one family, so I won't say any overly courteous words. Since the idea was proposed by you, you will lead this sneak attack. The 2 of us brothers will follow you," said Luo Changwen with a smile. "Uncle One, since you already said that, I won't stand on courtesy, haha. To tell the truth, if you're going to listen to me, I feel a bit more assured." Long Chun laughed. This sneak attack naturally must be led by Long Chun, or it could easily fall into chaos. If Luo Changwen was also willing, Long Chun would naturally take over that privilege. Luo Changwen and Luo Changwu laughed along. They did like this character of Long Chun's. It was simple and direct. This place is where the Ying Prefecture connects to the Shang Prefecture. It is also the only path from the Ying Prefecture to the Shang Prefecture. There are countless experts gathering on the other side. They seem to be waiting to gather enough forces to attack us. If we want to pass, we will definitely disturb them, said Luo Changwen. The Ying Prefecture was almost an island surrounded by the Devil Sea. It bordered the Shang Prefecture, but their relationship wasn't very good, so naturally there were no direct transportation formations between them. There was simply this mountain range connecting the two. Thus, when the Shang Prefecture's experts began to gather here, the Ying prefecture's people would naturally notice. While the Luo family allowed for peaceful coexistence between the various forces within the Ying prefecture, the Chu family in the Shang prefecture claimed the land for themselves. When they became the boss of this place, they began expelling outsiders and adding Lord Brahma's followers to their territory. With such a powerful backer, they quickly became the only force within the Shang prefecture. Although there were countless sects in the Shang prefecture, they all had to listen to the Chu family's orders. This was a display of the Chu family's dominance. Considering that the forces of the entire prefecture belonged to them, the Luo family was unable to obtain any advantage over them. Even after so many years, they were in a stalemate. Since it's a sneak attack, we naturally want charge over and alert them. We are sneak attacking the Chu family, not the Shang prefecture. Pulling the carpet out from somebody is the true King Dao, said Long Chen mischievously. Sneak attacking the Chu family? Luo Chongwen was startled. He then looked at Luo Chongwu because this brother of his had said that they were organizing an expedition to get a closer look at the Chu family's movements. Luo Chongwu simply shrugged, indicating his own innocence. Long Chen had said that it was a sneak attack, so he had assumed it was an attack on the Shang prefecture's experts in order to draw out the Chu family's experts. After a brief fight, they would then see what kind of power they had. Long Chen hadn't said that it was a direct attack on the Chu family. If they were going to go all that way, would it even be a probing blow? Luo Chongwu instantly had a bad feeling. Considering Long Chen's guts, he had no idea what Long Chen would do. Luo Chongwen had even said that they would listen to Long Chen just now. If they were to ask for details at such a point, it would appear rude. Don't worry, we are simply probing them. If their power is fake, well, fight. If they do have power, we won't fight them directly. After all, I, Long Chen, am not fond of taking losses, said Long Chen. Thinking of that, this was true. Long Chen was famous within the heavenly swell domain. His intelligence did not lose out to anyone. Now that Long Chen said this, the two of them felt rather bad. Shaola, now is the moment to display your ability, said Long Chen. By Shaola's spirit sword. As he formed hand seals, his eyes glowed. Space twisted around them, and they vanished. Chapter 32 Mysterious Altars. Chapter 32 Mysterious Altars. The Chu family was located at the southern foot of the Shang prefecture's Shang Heaven mountain range. Their backs were against the mountains, and to their left was a large river that was like a dragon snaking around the Chu family. As for the mountain, it was just like a crouching tiger. This was a treasured land. It was as if a dragon was coiling around it, and a tiger was at its back. Adding on the protection of the Grand Formation, all the Shang prefecture's spiritual qi gathered at the Chu family. The spirit gathering formation sucked away the spiritual qi from all over the Shang prefecture. From this, it could be seen just how the Chu family treated others. Ordinarily, a spirit gathering formation would only cover your own territory. For example, the High Firmament Academy's spirit gathering formations wouldn't affect the other powers and cities nearby. For the Chu family to spread their reach this far was a kind of theft. It was clearly harming others to benefit oneself. The Chu family's spiritual qi might be abundant, but the other sects and powers would be affected. However, with the Chu family being the overlord of the Shang prefecture, they didn't dare to get angry and could only silently endure. The Chu family had activated their spirit gathering formations to the highest level, so streams of spiritual qi were gushing toward them. Furthermore, all the grand formations had been activated. The Chu family was on a state of high alert. Does the Chu family know that we're attacking? The Grand Elders stared at their state of high alarm worriedly. That's impossible. Other than us, no one else knew that we were going. Long Chen must be correct. The Chu family is brewing some tricks, and they've locked down. Our own eyes are unable to transmit any news through this blockade. This is not normal, said Luo Chongwen. During this time, the Luo family's eyes within the Chu family had all vanished. They were unable to transmit any news and couldn't warn them of anything. According to Luo Changwen's guess, the Chu family couldn't have found all their spies, just like how the Luo family had no way to eliminate all of the Chu family's spies in the Luo family. But it was simple to lock down all news from escaping. They simply had to place everyone in one place and keep watch over them. If anyone tried to send some words out in such a state, they would be instantly exposed. Bai Xiaole's spatial arts had managed to bring them all the way to the heart of the Chu family without anyone being the wiser. But these formations blocked him. Seeing this, Bai Xiaole felt quite regretful that he hadn't studied any spatial arts for breaking through formations. His mother had taught them to him, but he had simply devoured all of them in one gulp without considering them. He had never practiced those techniques even once. Having no assurance of being able to slip through this formation, he couldn't possibly risk everyone's lives on the attempt. Now what? With such a high state of alert, it's impossible to sneak in. We can only attack directly. The Grand Elder looked at Long Chun. Although he had some bias when it came to Long Chen due to Luo Qingyang, in the face of the big picture, he was able to set aside that personal prejudice. No need to rush. Everything is within expectations, said Long Chen, smiling to indicate that everyone didn't need to worry. He turned to Bai Xiaole. Can you use your spatial technique to see inside? Bai Xiaole nodded. His 3 flower pupils circulated, and everyone closed their eyes. They then began to see through the formation through Bai Xiaole's sight. Unexpectedly, despite the formations set up on the outside, they couldn't see anyone inside. It was only when they saw that the buildings were packed with disciples that they understood. Just as Luo Changwen had expected, the Chu family's people had gathered everyone to keep an eye on each other. Even some children were included. Look further back. I can sense a strange aura, said Long Chun. Bai Xiaole's sight quickly passed through one building after another. Even these layers of formations were unable to stop him from seeing through them. The Bloodkill Hall's people. Qin Feng suddenly cried out, drawing everyone's attention to a certain building. There were hundreds of cloaked figures inside. They seemed to be discussing something. Don't look at them, said Long Chen hastily. Bai Xiaole immediately shifted his vision, passing through them. Amongst that group of cloaked figures, one of them seemed to have sensed something and looked around. But they didn't sense anything further and returned to their original location. Their hearts shook. That person was definitely an expert amongst experts. It had to be known that Bai Xiaole's 3 flower pupils were capable of looking through these layers of formations, allowing him to see things with the same viewpoint as the heavenly Das. But that person still sensed it. Long Chun sneered as he recognized that person. He was precisely the one who had used a clone to disguise as the Grand Elder and try to assassinate Long Chen. What is that? Bai Xiaole suddenly cried out. Within the most hidden area of the Chu family, there were 5 altars. They had various tributes on top of them. Meanwhile, the Chu family's experts were holding large tools, pouring some kind of bloody-like fluid into the totems on the altars. Those totems looked like 5 different beasts. They had never seen them before. When the liquid was poured into them, various runes lit up on the altars until they were like balls of light. Ha ha ha, it's done. Devil Kings of the Netherworld. Hurry up. The blood of the Luo family is waiting for you. One of the Chu family's elders laughed as he saw the altars shining. Beside him were over 1,000 experts of the Chu family who also laughed along. Those people were all at the Divine Lord realm, and amongst them were close to 100 primals. Luo Changwen and the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. Although they had done their best to overestimate the Chu family, they hadn't expected their foundation to be so powerful. Thinking about it, if the Luo family didn't have Luo Zichuan standing guard, the Chu family would have probably long since attacked. Those 5 altars also gave them a sense of terror. Although they didn't know what those Devil Kings were, they could tell that those Devil Kings were definitely prepared for Luo Zichuan. Now that they were here, Luo Changwu felt regretful. He should have ordered all the Luo family's experts to attack, instead of only bringing these few people for a sneak attack. Those 5 altars were glowing brighter and brighter. If they didn't immediately stop the Chu family, then they might not be able to endure this attack. Even if Luo Zichuan was present, they might not be able to endure it. Luo Changwu looked at Luo Changwen, who then shook his hand and pointed at Long Chen. He saw that Long Chun was eyeing those 5 altars indifferently. He didn't seem nervous. From those 5 lights, Long Chun sensed the aura of the netherworld. Now, an impossibly beautiful face appeared in his mind. That beautiful face then split in 2, becoming 2 people. Lung Yueyin, Ming Tsang Yue, are you still doing all right? Long Chun sighed inside. These 2 women were carved into his heart. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed those emotions and said, "Get ready. I'm about to attack." Chapter 32, 33 Sharp Attack. Chapter 32, 33 Sharp Attack. Just like this? What's the plan? How are we supposed to cooperate? Luo Changwu jumped in shock. Prepare themselves? What were they supposed to prepare? Black lightning appeared on top of Long Chen's left hand. He smiled. There's no plan. I'll break the formation and immediately eliminate the idiots from the Bloodkill Hall. By Xiaola, bring them into the formation. Archers, ignore everything else other than blindly shooting at those altars. Take advantage of the chaos to destroy those altars. I don't know what method they're using, but they're trying to summon life forms from the netherworld. If those life forms descend, it will be too late for anything else. We'll have to be pragmatic about it when the time comes. If we can fight, we'll fight. If we can't, we'll run. But the altars must be broken. After saying that, Long Chen shot off and descended out of the sky, his left hand chopping toward the formation. At this moment, black lightning exploded. Long Chen was like an arrow. These terrifying formations were as weak as paper in front of the black lightning. Over 10 layers of defense were instantly pierced. Boom! Long Chen smashed into the building where the Bloodkill Hall's experts were gathered, and the building instantly collapsed. World Extermination Flame Lotus. A flame lotus in Long Chen's hand exploded, and flames devoured that entire building. It happened so fast that the Bloodkill Hall's experts were still in the midst of discussing something when the flame lotus exploded. As a result, an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the entire Chu family. Long Chen was so fast that the flame lotus exploded first, and the alarm rang second. Within the endless flames, a wretched figure flew out. However, just as he escaped the flames, a black saber pierced through his back and out his chest. Blood splashed. Long Chen's figure appeared behind that person. "Didn't you say that I wouldn't be able to find your true body? Now, are you convinced?" With a light quiver, that elder of the Bloodkill Hall was blasted into blood mist. A translucent figure then flew out of his body and tried to flee. However, that figure was shattered by another stroke of Long Chen's saber. "Idiot, after condensing a clone, your Yuan spirit is no longer whole. Did you think that you could escape? Were you dreaming?" sneered Long Chen. After killing that elder's Yuan spirit, using his saber as the bridge, Long Chen went through the fragments of the elder's soul, trying to grasp some images. In those images, Long Chen saw the elder exchanging some things with the Chu family. Then the altars were constructed. After that, someone came bringing some strange things from the Devil's Sea. Based on those images, the Chu family's actions this time were incited by the Bloodkill Hall. Through those fragmentary images, Long Chen could get a general guess of what had happened. This was clearly a scheme where the Bloodkill Hall was using the Chu family's enmity against the Luo family to draw Long Chen out. Considering Long Chen's close relationship with the Luo family, and that the Chu family was also mortal enemies with Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't just sit still while the Chu family was making things hard on the Luo family. After all, youngsters all felt like they were capable of anything. Once Long Chen was outside of the High Firmament Academy, they would have no more misgivings. After all, the High Firmament Academy was an extremely powerful existence, and they didn't dare to attack him inside. But outside, everything was possible. Unfortunately, the Luo family had a terrifying immortal king like Luo Zichuan standing guard over it, so they didn't dare to directly attack there. Thus, the Bloodkill Hall had come prepared. They had constructed these altars to summon the Netherworld's Devil Kings to handle Luo Zichuan. After that, they would wipe out Long Chen together with the Luo family. That way, even the High Firmament Academy couldn't interfere. After all, this was a personal grievance between the Luo family and the Chu family. The High Firmament Academy had no excuse to interfere. This was a well-calculated scheme. Although Long Chen was unaware of all of it, just these images allowed him to guess this much. Enemy attack! Shouts rang throughout the Chu family. At this moment, one of those shouters was silenced just as he spoke, an arrow protruding through his head. That divine lord was killed with a single arrow. Just as the formations were broken, Bai Xiaola seized the opportunity to silently bring everyone over to the altars. There was no need for orders. The 300 elite archers unleashed a torrent of arrows and shot the divine lords on the altars indiscriminately. They shot using those wooden arrows as if they cost nothing. On the other hand, the Chu family's experts roared and activated their manifestations, but then the wave of arrows struck them. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Even if they protected themselves with divine energy, it was useless. Their protective divine light was pierced through, and their bodies turned numb. Quite a few of those experts directly fell to the ground, twitching. Some of them sprouted roots that dug into the ground. It was a terrifying sight. As hundreds of divine lords collapsed, the other experts of the Chu family were shocked and immediately took out their weapons, activating their bloodline powers. As a result, saber light flashed like lightning and sword images filled the air like mountains, all collapsing on the Luo family's experts. The primal divine lords unleashed their full power. As the very space collapsed, those arrows flying through space were no longer able to reach them. Archers, fall to the rear and continue shooting. Don't let them get close, shouted Qin Feng. Only the initial wave could have such a large effect. Once the other side was prepared, the wooden arrows were no longer so threatening. The alarm of the Chu family continued to ring out, so the Chu family's experts and the experts of sects subordinate to them must be rushing over. In this case, these archers were in charge of buying Long Chun sometime against them. Luo Changwu, Luo Changwan, the Grand Elder, and the other primal divine lords charged as well. Suddenly, the void shuddered and the world changed color. A giant black saber image then soared into the heavens, slashing down like an unstoppable heavenly blade. Luo Changwu and Luo Changwan almost shouted when they saw that saber chi. They thought that their father had come. That domineering saber aura was actually quite similar to Luo Zichuan's. The saber slashed down like a starry river, slaying all the Chu family's experts that were in their way. Countless people were blasted apart. After the saber fell, one of the totems on the altar shattered. The altar instantly dimmed. After breaking one totem, Long Chun rushed toward the next one. Stop him! The Chu family's experts shouted in a panic. These 5 totems almost exhausted the resources they had been gathering for countless years. If the totems were destroyed, all their efforts would be for nothing. Can you stop me, though? Sneered Long Chun. A primal divine lord had just reached Long Chun when Long Chin's body swayed. Just like that, he flew past him with a flash of black light. As a result, that expert came to a stop, and a line of blood appeared down the middle of his body. Following that, his body split apart. He was cut in two. Chapter 32, 34 King Item. Chapter 32, 34 King Item. An explosion rang out as Luo Changwu and Luo Changwan broke a totem as well. Both of them had violet chi billowing around them. With a single slash of their swords, the totem exploded. The two of them were truly worthy of being the Luo family's top experts. Once they unleashed their full power, the other primal divine lords of the Chu family were unable to stop them. They also knew that they had to break the altars, or things would turn sour quickly. Thus, the two of them instantly started off at full power. No one was able to stop them from breaking the altars. Boom! Long Chin's saber also slashed through the air. The Chu family's experts in his way were killed, unable to stop his saber that was slamming into the totem. The lives of the Chu family's experts that had blocked it reduced the power of this attack, but the totem was still split apart. The altar also turned dim. Long Chun then looked at Luo Changwu and Luo Changwan. The two of them were charging toward the other altar. Meanwhile, the rest of the Luo family's experts were protecting their path. Long Chun immediately rushed for that last altar. As long as the altars were destroyed, the Chu family's schemes would fail. Stop them! One of the Chu family's experts charged in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, his aura grew explosively, and Long Chen jumped in shock. Boom! That primal divine lord actually detonated right in front of Long Chen. The terrifying power was like a volcano erupting. The life of a primal divine lord exploded right in front of Long Chen. Long Chun was forced back by that terrifying power. His legs dug into the ground, leaving a long ditch. He almost spat out blood. Long Chun hadn't expected the Chu family's people to be so vicious. They actually used their own life to stall for time. Another primal divine lord charged at Long Chun. Long Chun immediately unleashed a slash of his saber, not giving him time to detonate. Luo Chongwu and Luo Chongwen were dealing with the same problem. The Chu family's experts seemed to have gone insane. They were detonating just to block the Luo family's experts. Bastards! The Grand Elder roared furiously and charged, but was suddenly grabbed by Luo Chongwu. Now wasn't the time to force it. They would be the ones to lose out. Just then, a rain of arrows flew through the air. A small squad of archers had appeared here, and hundreds of the Chu family's experts fell. Qin Feng was directing the combat. As he had stopped the rest of the Chu family's experts from reinforcing them, seeing this critical situation, he sent a group of 100 archers to assist. It was very effective. The Chu family's experts were once more caught off guard by the arrows, causing the arrows to be very effective again. As a result, the pressure on Luo Chongwu and the others decreased. They charged forward. Die! The Chu family's experts went insane, and a few charged at those archers. These troublesome fellows had to be eliminated now. Long Chin's heart turned cold. He knew that that group of disciples was done for. No one could save them. He and the Luo brothers needed to eliminate the remaining altar. As for Qin Feng, he was dealing with countless experts and was already being forced back. Their side wouldn't be able to hold out for long. However, despite knowing that they would die, those disciples simply continued to unleash arrows. They faced death indifferently, treating every person that they killed as profit. Die! The Chu family's experts quickly reached them. Quite a few of them were killed, but the remaining few quickly wiped out those archers. However, none of those archers made a sound. They were all stubborn warriors. Seeing this, Long Chun clenched his teeth. Killing intent blazed in his eyes. As lightning appeared beneath his feet, he charged left and right. With every swing of his saber, an expert was slain, and he rapidly got closer to the altar. Right now, he had to rely entirely on fundamental techniques. There was no opening for any big moves. If it hadn't been for Luo Zichuan's pointers, Long Chun would definitely be at a disadvantage here. Even in front of this many primal divine lords, Long Chun was still attacking and defending steadily. Hence, the Chu family's experts pounced on him, detonating one after another. Long Chun didn't even have a chance to summon his battle armor. His saber danced as he got closer to the altar. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure shot out of Long Chun's body. Lei Linger flew away from Long Chun's body, heading toward the altar. With everyone's attention on Long Chun, they didn't expect someone else to suddenly appear. At this distance, by the time they reacted, Lei Linger had reached the altar. A black sword appeared in her hand, and she struck the altar. As a result, the altar exploded. Right now, Long Chun had the urge to slap his own face. He had actually forgotten that Lei Linger could now leave his body. If she hadn't reminded him, he would be wasting this trump card. Lei Linger had taken the form of a lightning girl. After destroying this altar, she flew toward the other altar. Anyone who tried to stop her, whether they were primals or simply ordinary divine lords, were simply blasted apart. Stop her! The Chu family's experts began self-detonating in front of the final altar. Ripples spread in every direction, and even Lei Linger was forced back. Just then, a dragon roar rang out and Long Chun was clad in golden armor. With everyone's attention on Lei Linger, he finally had a chance to summon the golden dragon battle armor. Long Chun then stamped on the air. The void collapsed, and he shot out like a meteor. His saber slashed toward the final altar. Even in this twisting space, even with the Chu family's detonating experts, Long Chen's saber could ignore the laws of space to crush it. The twisting space that was the result of their detonations was unable to stop Long Chen's saber. This saber contained the essence of the saber Dao that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Just as his saber was about to strike the altar, the void twisted and a pill furnace appeared, exploding Long Chen's black saber. As a result, Long Chun coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. He felt like his body had almost collapsed. The divine might of that pill furnace was terrifying. Countless divine runes flowed on top of the pill furnace. Eyeing it, Long Chun actually got a familiar feeling. Day-night furnace. Long Chun cried out. He instantly thought of the Pill Valley's divine item. Although the construction wasn't the exact same, the runes were a bit similar. The aura in particular was alike. At this moment, the pill furnace slowly spun, and divine light flowed out of it. A figure then appeared on top of it. It was a withered elder that looked like a corpse that had crawled out of its coffin. Golden light shone in his eyes. So you actually recognize the origin of this pill furnace? His voice was dry and raspy, and it raised people's hair. Upon seeing this elder, Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen's expressions changed. That's a king item. Chapter 32-35, Snatching the King Item. Chapter 32-35, Snatching the King Item. A king item was the divine weapon of a world king. Only world kings that were also craftsmen were qualified to create one, and their power could truly destroy heaven and earth. The Luo family and the Chu family had been fighting for so many years. However, the former had never once heard that the Chu family had a king item. How did such a terrifying pill furnace appear here? Luo Changwu and Luo Changwen's hearts sank. A treasure on this level could only be stopped by Luo Zichuan's violet fern, but Luo Zichuan had brought violet fern away. Even the scabbard of violet fern wasn't able to unleash its full power without Luo Zichuan personally using it. The thing that they felt most helpless about was that there was no retreat for them at this moment. They could only fight. Now, they felt regret. They shouldn't have only done this probing blow. They should have gathered the full force of the Luo family for this attack. But it was too late to regret anything now. If they retreated now, what would they use to stop the Chu family's devil kings? They couldn't stop now. The pill furnace was shining with divine light, and standing atop the pill furnace was an elder. That elder was the Chu family's current family head, Chu Yingxiong. The current Chu Yingxiong had summoned his manifestation. Within that light, a vague figure could be seen. It was Fallen Day Night. Long Chun instantly recognized it. Adding on the pill furnace, it was clear that this fellow was a follower of Fallen Day Nights. Fallen Day Night and Lord Brahma truly were two birds of the same flock. Even their followers were shared. Long Chun shook his head, and his bloodied hand instantly recovered. Call over Luo Zichuan. Chu Yingxiang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle as he looked around. Crushing a little Chu family doesn't require the family head to do anything. The few of us are more than enough to destroy your Chu family. Long Chen had lost his saber, but his gaze was not at all subdued. He didn't panic. Actually, the truth was that he was almost drooling as he stared at the pill furnace. He was like a hungry wolf eyeing meat. A king item pill furnace? Just how badass would it be to use that to refine pills? Hand over the pill furnace, and it'll leave you with an intact corpse. Long Chun clasped his hands behind his back and shouted. Hearing this, Luo Changwu and the others almost fainted. What was this child saying? Right now, they had to hurry up and decide whether they were to keep fighting or flee. Time was incredibly precious. This battle was led by Long Chun, so they didn't know what strategy he had. They simply stared at him. The rest of the Chu family's experts also came to a pause. Only Qin Feng continued to lead the rest of the Luo family's experts against the Chu family's experts. But here, everyone was simply clenching their weapons tightly, ready to keep fighting at any moment. What a huge joke. If Luo Zichuan doesn't come up, you'll all be annihilated. Let's see if he shows himself or not, sneered Chu Yingxiong. He formed hand seals, and the divine statue behind him instantly grew clear. That figure within the light was clearly Fallen Day Night. When his figure appeared, the pill furnace rumbled and shot toward Long Chen. Luo Changwu, Luo Changwen, and the others all knew how terrifying king items were. They prepared to join forces against Chu Yingxiong when Long Chen laughed. What kind of wolf are you trying to be? As your altars were destroyed and your Chu family's people were slain, you simply cowered, praying to your god. You only dared to come out once the god's radiance was bestowed upon you. Do you think that you're unrivaled with Fallen Day Night's protection? Who told you that this pill furnace was used like this? Long Chun formed hand seals behind his back, and a lotus mark appeared on his palms. Long Chun then shoved his hands forward. As a result, two flame lotuses bloomed, and flame chains shot out, binding the pill furnace. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You don't know your own power. Chu Ingxiong sneered disdainfully. Just as the pill furnace was about to smash into Long Chun, the space behind Long Chan twisted, forming a giant black hole. Get in here. As Long Chun opened the primal chaos space, the flame chains dragged the pill furnace into it. Just as the primal chaos space was opened, that mighty pill furnace went from a tiger to a rabbit. It cowered, and it didn't even dare to resist. The black hole then sucked in the pill furnace. Chu Ingxiong was shocked. When half the pill furnace entered the black hole, he sensed that he was losing connection to the pill furnace. Get back here. Chu Ingxiong instantly panicked. This pill furnace was the priceless treasure that fallen Day Knight had given the Chu family. However, to truly obtain this reward, they had to do something worthy of it, and that would be killing Long Chen. Right now, Chu Ingxiong was only borrowing it. If the pill furnace was lost and Long Chun wasn't slain, then the Chu family would have committed a grave sin against their god. The Chu family might be mercilessly erased. In order to obtain this treasure, the Chu family had meticulously arranged this trap, using the Devil Sea to entrap Long Chen and the Luo family. This should have been a surefire method, but unexpectedly, Long Chun had appeared here right at the critical moment. Long Chen's sudden appearance was out of nowhere. Afraid that Luo Zichuan was hiding, Chu Ingxiong hadn't dared to directly charge out. Instead, he had prayed to fallen Day Knight, gathering the faith energy inside his divine statue for himself. The Chu family's experts were fighting so crazily because they knew that if they failed this time, the Chu family would be doomed. Hence, they had no choice but to throw their lives away. Chu Ingxiong turned green with fear. If Long Chun took the pill furnace, then how would he fight Luo Zichuan? Chu Ingxiong then roared, his divine energy raging. The might of an immortal king was fully unleashed. As a result, countless cracks appeared in the air, as if the world would shatter. Chu Ingxiong grabbed one ear of the pill furnace, pulling it back with all his might. But Long Chun was activating the power of the primal chaos space, sucking it in. Since half the pill furnace had been sucked in, its powerful suction was even stronger now. Chu Ingxiong unleashed his full power and essentially entered a tug-of-war with the primal chaos space. However, no matter how great his power or if he was supported by divine energy, even if he now had the power of an immortal king, he was still unable to pull it out. Damn thing, can you resist? Long Chun pulled as hard as he could. However, he felt the pill furnace slowly being pulled out. He was unable to beat Chu Ingxiong. If only the pill furnace would fight, then that would provoke the primal chaos space, and it would definitely put the furnace in its place. However, it was like a frightened rabbit, not daring to resist or even run. Long Chun began to worry. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to beat Chu Ingxiong. Good chance. Attack together. After Luo Changwen sent orders to the top experts, all of them bit down on a medicinal pill hidden in their mouths. As a result, their blood qi erupted, and violet qi soared into the heavens. Their blood qi power instantly multiplied several times, and they charged at Chu Ingxiong. Chapter 3236, The Chu Family's Sinister Scheme. Chapter 3236, The Chu Family's Sinister Scheme, God Barrier. Seeing Luo Changwu suddenly unleashing such power, Chu Ingxiong was shocked. Their auras had instantly reached the half-step Immortal King realm. Following his shout, the earth split open, and two divine statues rose out. Those two statues were of Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight. The Chu family's divine statues were actually buried underground. Once they appeared, divine light erupted out of them, forming a giant barrier protecting Chu Ingxiong. Luo Changwu and the other swords slashed onto the barrier. The barrier rumbled, but didn't immediately break. However, as they continued to attack, the two statues began to shake. Cracks began to appear on top of them. The divine statues won't last much longer before they break, shouted Luo Changwu. They continued to attack, and their immense power caused the earth to shake. Countless buildings collapsed. Ignore me. Stop that girl. Just as countless experts of the Chu family rushed toward Chu Ingxiong to help, he shouted at them. Lei Linger had reached the final altar. Lei Linger's sword slashed into the altar, and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Cracks appeared on the totem. One more slash would break it. Just as she was preparing her second strike, a primal divine lord of the Chu family charged over at her with a golden rune on his forehead. His blood chi ignited, and he forced her back. The Chu family's divine lords rushed over to her, their blood chi igniting. Right now, their auras all soared, igniting longevity. Pretty vicious. Long Chun was surprised. With the appearance of the two divine statues, they were supported by divine energy. Using that divine energy, they burned their own longevity in exchange for raising their power as high as possible. Burning their longevity was like burning their own lives. It was an irrecoverable, self-damaging technique. It was extremely vicious, but the temporary power that could be gained by doing so was also very terrifying. Lei Linger was surrounded by hundreds of divine lords. Even then, she was constantly cutting them down. It was just that there were too many of them, and their divine energy compressed space. She tried to get past them several times to attack the totem, but was unable to succeed. She was gradually forced back more and more. The Chu family's experts were truly going crazy. As soon as they became unable to stop Lei Linger, one of them would detonate just to force her further back. These detonations also affected their comrades beside them, occasionally killing them. They had no choice but to throw their lives away. If they failed, then the entire Chu family would be destroyed. Their numbers dwindled. Lei Linger ended up being the reaper of their lives, but they continued to persevere. In the distance, the sound of killing also rang out. Qin Feng's saber was unstoppable as countless experts fell in his path. Su Zixiong followed behind him. At this moment, 3 flower petals spun in by Shaoless eyes. Space then layered and countless people were caught in that layered space, bewildered until they were crushed by the spatial pressure. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing followed the 3 of them. Behind them were the Luo family's 200 archers. They were blocking wave after wave of experts. Qin Feng's mission was to stop them so that Long Chun and the others could fight at ease. If they failed, then Long Chen's side would be thrown into greater danger. Most of these experts belonged to the various forces within the Shang prefecture. There were too many divine lords to count. The fortunate thing was that the Luo family's archers were truly powerful. The arrows made by the Wood Foundation divine trees possessed terrifying killing power. Just with their pitiful numbers, they were able to block that army all the way until now. The Chu family's territory had transformed into a sea of blood. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Chu Yingxiang were still fighting over the pill furnace, but Long Chen found himself more and more at a disadvantage. He cursed the pill furnace's item spirit for not resisting at all, not provoking the primal chaos space. Long Chen had no way to order the primal chaos space to attack, so he grew anxious. This treasure was a must-have for him. Luo Changwu and the others continued to attack the barrier. Countless cracks had appeared on Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite statues. They looked like they might shatter at any moment, but they simply refused to. As for Lei Linger's side, the Chu family's experts were constantly being cut down, either by being killed by Lei Linger or through their own self-detonations. The bad news was the final altar's totem was growing brighter and brighter. A terrifying aura began to come from it, making people's souls quiver. It was as if some terrifying beast was about to arrive. They had reached a critical moment. Amongst these multiple battlefields, all that was required was a single breakthrough for the other side to be wiped out. Long Chen's flame chain shuddered as they pulled the pill furnace. If the pill furnace once more landed in Chu Yingxiang's hands, Long Chun would never get such a good opportunity again. Chu Yingxiang was also pulling the pill furnace with all his power. If he could gain control over it again, the battle would instantly become one-sided. Now the question was when the balance of the battlefield would tip over. If Luo Zichuan hasn't come out even at such a time, I'm sure that something had happened to him, shouted Chu Yingxiang suddenly. The expression of the Luo family's elders twitched. Long Chen instantly got a bad feeling. Their expression was essentially telling the other side the truth. Those old fellows were actually lacking a strong enough mentality to not react. As expected, Luo Zichuan was their mental pillar, and without him, they lost that pillar. Ha ha ha, Since that's the case, you can all die. Chu Yingxiang seemed to understand and laughed. Boom. The sea of blood on the ground suddenly condensed toward the altar. That final altar instantly turned red from all that blood. Originally, I was planning on using the spirit blood of the Chu family to condense the god's curse, but now there's no need. Since that's the case, let this blood become an offering, roared Chu Yingxiang. Long Qin's heart shuddered. Chu Yingxiang truly was ruthless, as he still had this trump card. All the Chu family's experts that were dying right now were part of his plan. Although Long Chun didn't know what this god curse was, it was clearly a trump card that Chu Yingxiang had been preparing for Luo Zichuan. In other words, when Long Chun came here and started killing people, Chu Yingxiang saw everything and let them continue just to use the Chu family's blood against Luo Zichuan. Long Chen's guess that he had been praying to the divine statue to summon the god's power was actually wrong. In other words, Long Chun suddenly looked toward the altar. He finally noticed that the 5 altars might look identical, but the final altar's light seemed a bit different. Damn, this bastard really is crafty. Long Chen's heart shuddered. That final altar was very likely intentionally preserved by Chu Yingxiang. Just then, the totem absorbing all that fresh blood exploded. A giant blood-colored gate then appeared on top of the altar. With the gate open, an enormous figure came out of it. It was a life form with 2 horns on its head and a bone blade on its back. Its entire body was wrapped in fire. A mortal king. When they saw that terrifying life form, Luo Changwu and the others felt like they had dropped into an iceberg. A cold chill filled them from top to bottom. Chapter 32-37 Bone Blade Flame Devil. Chapter 32-37 Bone Blade Flame Devil. This life form was 300 meters tall and had a pair of bull horns. Its head was a cross between a horse and a donkey, and it had 4 limbs and a long tail. Moreover, its body was wrapped in flames, and those flames ignited this world, turning the Chu family's land into a sea of fire. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, which shook the world and tore the earth asunder. The power of a king shook people's souls. Changwu, bring Long Chun away. It'll buy you some time, shouted Luo Changwen. Just a single Chu Yingxiang was already hard enough for them to deal with. With the addition of this terrifying life form, they could only flee. Do you think you can get away? You should know that this is a gift I prepared for Luo Zichuan. Since he hasn't come, I'll give it to you instead. Chu Yingxiang laughed. Boom. Finally, Long Chun was unable to hold on. The flame chains shattered, and the pill furnace returned to Chu Yingxiang's grasp. From start to end, the primal chaos space refused to help Long Chun. Long Chun, run away to the High Firmament Academy. They'll stall for you, said Luo Changwan to Long Chun when he retreated to their side. That is a life form from hell. It's not human, so there's nothing to fear. The most important thing is for everyone to work together and kill Chu Yingxiang. Long Chun eyed that giant life form. He recognized it as a bone blade flame devil from the netherworld. In his days with Ming Songyue in the netherworld, due to their bodies being one, their souls touched, Long Chin knew quite a few secrets of the netherworld. This bone blade flame devil was a life form from the netherworld, but upon entering the immortal world, it would be suppressed by the laws here. Although it could control flame energy, it slanted more toward power. Its flame energy was terrifying, but it didn't know how to use it much. Hence, it couldn't count as a terrifying existence to Long Chen. The most thorny opponent here was still Chu Yingxiang. Just then, Chu Yingxiang retreated with the pill furnace, hiding behind the bone blade flame devil. He then pressed his hand against the altar, and one life form after another came out of the gate. Fuck! When Long Chen saw 8 different life forms from the netherworld appear out of the gate, his scalp turned numb. A single netherworld creature at the immortal king realm could still be slain with technique. But 8? What kind of technique could be used against them? In order to kill Long Chen and wipe out the Luo family, my Chu family has worked hard. We've exhausted all the resources we had accumulated for so long. Adding on the resources from the Bloodkill Hall, you can die happily. Chu Yingxiang laughed, feeling very pleased. No matter what scheme you have, no matter what technique Luo Zichuan has, it's all useless. After killing you, They'll send these life forms to destroy the Luo family and everyone inside it. Long Chun cursed his luck. This was crazy. There was no other way. So at this moment, the three-flower pupil appeared in his left eye. He needed to use the power of the purgatory eyes again. In the worst case, he would become a one-eyed person for a few more months. Ha ha ha, patiently await your deaths, laughed Chu Yingxiong. Just then, the gate rumbled as if a hammer had struck it. Chu Yingxiong's laughter was cut off, and he was stunned. This altar should have summoned only 8 of those life forms. In truth, of the 5 altars, 4 were fake. When the other altars were broken, their energy flowed into this final altar. This was the trap that Chu Yingxiong had set up. If the Luo family noticed something and suddenly attacked, they would break the altars. It went without saying that his planning was very meticulous. He always had backup plans. However, according to the Bloodkill Hall, these ancient altars were a kind of contractual summons. They only had 8 contractual runes, meaning they could only summon 8 life forms from the netherworld. This contract was like hiring mercenaries. After paying them with their sacrifices, those mercenaries would have to help them out. This contract also had a time limit. After 2 hours, the contract would end, and they would be pulled back into the netherworld. However, all 8 of them had appeared. Why was another life form striking the spatial gate? Boom! The spatial gate exploded. After that, a pair of giant hands clawed at the void, tearing the sky apart. A humanoid life form with a pair of giant wings then appeared. This life form was far larger than the bone blade flame devils, which only reached its knees. Its body was covered by scales, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. A terrifying aura instantly crashed down on everyone. The bone blade flame devils were previously roaring arrogantly, but as soon as this life form appeared, they didn't dare to move. They even began to quiver. Chu Yingxiong was delighted. He hadn't expected such a surprise. He had actually summoned such a terrifying life form. "Kill them!" shouted Chu Yingxiong. However, the bone blade flame devil simply quivered and knelt on the ground. As for that final life form, it didn't even look at Chu Yingxiong. Instead, its gaze turned toward Long Chen. "You are Long Chen?" This life form actually spat out human words. Its voice was loud, like a divine drum being struck. It was so loud it felt like people's souls would scatter. Luo Changwu, Luo Changwen, and the others jumped in shock. This life form from the netherworld actually recognized Long Chen? Even Long Chen himself was shocked. He nodded. "Yes, I am Long Chen." "Good. The Heavenly King mentioned your name before. He had received a favor from you, so he asked us not to make things hard on you. I didn't expect to run into you here, though. What a surprise." The giant life form actually sat down and grabbed one of the quivering bone blade flame devils. It bit off half of its head. That bone blade flame devil continued to quiver, but curiously, it didn't even dare to make a sound. Only a crunching sound rang out as the giant life form bit into the rest of the head. It was like he was eating a carrot. Luo Changwu, Luo Changwen, and the others felt a chill. They had never seen such a terrifying life form before. Even now, the other bone blade flame devils didn't run. They continued to kneel, as if simply waiting to be eaten. The life form looked at Long Chen curiously. "No one can defy the Heavenly King's orders. But I'm curious, how did a weak fellow like you end up doing a favor for the Heavenly King?" "Heavenly King?" Long Chen had no idea who that was. But suddenly, a memory flashed in his head, and he shook. "Is it that thing?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.